Interdisciplinary Conference on Recent Advances in Social Sciences, Commerce and Management, held on 15th March 2022, organized by Raya Shikshan Samstha's Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Kolhapur. This is a hearty welcome to all of you. We are going to begin this conference with our Rayat Geet.
वटवृक्षाच्या विशालतेचा मोहन भाला पडतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा माणूस हातात धरतो आहे वटवृक्षाच्या विशालतेचा मोहन भाला पडतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा कर्मवीरांचे ज्ञानपीठ हे शक्तीपीठ ही ठरते आहे शाहू फुल्यांचे समानतेचे तत्वमानसी उरते आहे धर्म जातीच्या पादगांधींचे मूल्यमानवी जपतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा माणूस हातात धरतो आहे वटवृक्षाच्या विशालतेचा मोहन भाला पडतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा गरिबासाठी लेणी मोडून लक्ष्मी वहिनी झाली आई गमवा आणि शिका मंत्र हा तरुणाईला प्रेरक होई स्वावलंबी वृत्ती ठेवून ज्ञान साधना करतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा माणूस आता घडतो आहे वटवृक्षाच्या विशालतेचा मोहन भाला पडतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा दलितांसाठी अण्णा तुमची झिजली चंदन काया अनाथ जीवा सदा लाभली मातृहृदयी तुमची माया शून्यामधल्या नवसृष्टीचा निर्मिक तोही ठरतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा माणूस आता ठरतो आहे वटवृक्षाच्या विशालतेचा मोहन भाला पडतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या युगाचा जीवनातला तिन्ही जावा प्रबोधनाची पहाट व्हावी इथे लाभले पंखले उनी उंच भरारी नभात घाडी प्रतिभाशाली बहुजनांचा वेलू गगनी चढतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या मुखाचा माणूस आता घडतो आहे वटवृक्षाच्या विशालतेचा मोहन भाला पडतो आहे रयते मधुनी नव्या मुखाचा.
Thank you. Here we are going to start our conference. As we know that education is one of the important and powerful aspects of our life. Education, along with learning, make the sense of the world, around the world, and within the world. As we know that great minds discuss great ideas, and average minds discuss events. So here we are. Our college is going to organize this one-day online international interdisciplinary conference on recent advances in social sciences, commerce and management on 15th March 2022. First of all, I would like to invite coordinator of this conference, Dr. S.A. Paras ma'am, Head, Department of English, Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, for her speech.
Thank you very much,
Faraz ma'am.
Very good morning to all of you. I am Dr. Faraz, Head Department of English and the coordinator of this one-day international interdisciplinary conference on recent trends in social science, commerce and management. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, distinguished scholars, esteemed delegates who have joined us today through this virtual platform. I'm deeply humbled by the presence of eminent scholars who have graced the function with their presence. I feel privileged to welcome Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, P.S. Patil, who will be joining us shortly, who consented to be the chief guest of the function. I am blessed to welcome Dr. Y.P. Thorat, Member, Managing Council, Irrigation Samstha, Satara, who will deliver his scholarly keynote address. May I specially welcome Dr. M.B. Sheikh, Member, Managing Council, Rare Shikshan Samstha, Satara, Chairman, College Development Committee, RCSC, and our constant source of inspiration, who will preside over the inaugural function. Among today's honorable presence are our resourceful principal of this college, Honorable Professor Major Dr. R.S. Tubal, Vice Principal Dr. V.V. Killedar, the guiding force behind the organization of such events. All my fellow colleagues, let me take a couple of minutes to brief you about the schedule of the day. In the second subsequent session, Dr. Praveen Saptarshi, Emeritus Professor, Sustainability Management, Indian Institute of Cost and Management Studies and Research, Pune, will be the resource person for the social science discipline. Dr. Prakash Pawar, Vice Principal, Ferguson College, Pune, will chair the session. We are also honored with the presence of Dr. P.M. Litton, Assistant Professor, SITCO, Bangladesh, who will be the resource person from the Commerce discipline. Professor Dr. A.M. Gurau, Department of Commerce and Management, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, will chair this session. In the third session, the parallel sessions of 7 subjects paper presentations have been scheduled, which would be chaired by 7 chairpersons of different subjects. For the valedictory function, Dr. Bharti Patil, Coordinator, Gandhian Studies, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, will be the chief guest, while Dr. S.A. Manzre from Shri Yeshwanth Patil Vignan Mahavidyalaya, Solangpur, will be the president of the function. Now, let me say a few words about the key objectives behind this initiative of organizing international event. The main intention was to stimulate the vigorous discussions among the scholars who excel in their respective fields on the latest trends in the field of social science and commerce. With a shift in market scenario due to the unprecedented pandemic situation, it's necessary for the educationists to keep abreast of the new trends reflected in our field of study. I hope all of you would have the most productive day with engaging sessions and the access to new profound research ideas that often go unpublished. This is our effort to make linkages across disciplinary, geographic, and cultural boundaries, of course. Tremendous teamwork of organizing team who has worked tirelessly and put their efforts and soul into it, which is evident through the number of papers we received for the publication purpose, which goes around 100 and more. With this, once again, I welcome all of you on behalf of Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Kolhapur for this inaugural function of the International Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. I would like to invite our Honorable Principal, sir, a person who is well known for his great discipline and a very good leadership, who always like to lead along with every aspect of our educational institution for the better prospects of the students and the college. So thank you very much, sir, for being with us. And this is a request to our Honorable Principal, sir, for his introduction and welcome.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
First of all, I pay my tribute to Padma Bhushan Dr. Karmavir Bhaurao Patil, Rayat Mauli Lakshmibai Bhaurao Patil. Good morning to one and all, the dignitaries, resource persons, research scholars, and delegates who have joined us today for this inaugural function of one-day online international conference on recent advances in social sciences, commerce, and management. It is my great privilege to introduce Ray Shikshan Samstha and Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Kolhapur. Ray Shikshan Samstha is the mother institute of Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Kolhapur. It was established by late Padma Bhushan Dr. Karmavir Bhaurao Patil in the 1919. Samstha was established in 1919 and celebrated its centenary year in 2019. It is one of the leading institutions in the Asia. The value of its contribution to education is enormously great. The motto of our institute is education through self-help. Ray Shikshan Samstha runs 41 senior colleges, 2 B.Ed colleges, 1 engineering college, and 1 law college, 432 secondary schools, 25 primary schools, 36 pre-primary schools, 74 hostels, 8 ashram shalas. There are 6 industrial training institutes, 8 D.Ed colleges, 158 junior colleges, 7 regional offices, and 59 other branches. A total of about 18,000 devoted staff working in 14 districts of Maharashtra and 1 district in Karnataka. Total student of about 4 lakh taking education in our Samstha. Samstha has been honored with various national and state level awards for its outstanding work in education. The Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Kolhapur was established in 1962 and celebrated its Diamond Jubilee year, and it is accredited by NAC in 3rd cycle with CGPA 3.07 with A grade in 2017-18. Our college provides quality education in the field of arts, commerce, science, and computer education. The college is known for its wrestling and kabaddi tradition and produced large number of sport persons at national and international level. College runs UG and PG programs, self-financial, career-oriented courses, and skill-based courses. Majority of the faculty is engaged in research and completed number of minor and major research projects. The college bear well-equipped laboratories, swimming tank of Olympic standard, and in swimming produced national and international swimmers. Now, let me introduce the dignitaries of this inaugural function. I introduce the chief guest of inaugural function, Professor Dr. P.S. Patil, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He is a renowned scholar of physics, and he had various administrative as well as academic positions, such as in charge Dean, Faculty of Science and Technology, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Director, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, ICSSCM, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, in charge Director, School of Nanoscience and Technology, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Faculty Coordinator, Faculty of Science, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Member of Senate, Management Council and Academic Council. He has established a School of Nanoscience and Technology having 5 years experience. He has 492 papers published in international and national journals with 5 patents to its credits. Research guidance, Professor P.S. Patil guided 48 PhD students. 4 now working and 1 has submitted his PhD thesis. MSc, more than 200 projects were completed. MTech Energy Technology, 10 projects were completed. Professor P.S. Patil has conferred with various awards and recognition. Few of them are: number 1, that is the Brainpool Postdoctoral Fellowship Award, Seoul National University, South Korea in 2004-2005. Brainpool Postdoctoral Fellowship, Konan National University, South Korea in 2012-2013. Fellow, Institute of Physics, London, UK. He is a recipient of prestigious DAD Fellowship from Germany. He is Fellow of Institute of Physics, London, UK. Member, National Academy of Sciences, India, and Fellow, Maharashtra Academy of Sciences. Because of his outstanding work awarded by Shivaji University Kolhapur Best Teacher Award in 2014. So this is the brief biodata of Professor P.S. Patil. Let me introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Yeshwanth Thorat Sahib. Thorat Sahib did his BA Political Science degree from Gopalakrishna Gokhale College, Kolhapur. Later on, he passed his IS and joined in 1971. And later on, he completed his PhD from London School of Economics from London. Later on, he has becomes a former chairman of NABARD, executive chairman of Dryland Farming Commission, chairman the Agriculture Universities Recruitment Board, Government of Maharashtra. Presently working as a chief executive of Rajiv Gandhi Trust, New Delhi. Adjunct Professor, Yeshwanth Ratsavan School of Rural Development, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Also a member and Secretary General, Pravra Rural School Education Society. Member, Management Council and Executive Council, Committee, Raj Shikshan Samstha, Satara. Director, Britannia Limited. Director, Go Air. Director, Bombay Gurma Training Company Limited. Chairman, Indian Society of Agricultural Economics and member, Senate and Academic Council, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He is the university rank holder and recipient of prestigious Gopalakrishna Gokhale College Award for being adjudged the best student of political science among all universities in Maharashtra. Now, let me introduce our president of the first session, Honorable Dr. Nimby Sheikh Sahib. I have honor to introduce, and I am proud to say, Dr. Nimby Sheikh is the alumni of our college. He completed its education from Earl & Learn Scheme. Presently holding a position of Chairman, College Development Committee of our college. He is also member of Management Council, Raj Shikshan Samstha, Satara, and has extensive experience as a commercial executive, where he worked under the dynamic industrialist, late J.G. Gandhi, late Chandran Menon, late D.B. Shinde, and Honorable late Y.P. Pawar. About the business activities, he is actively working as a director, manufacturer of lead acid battery and plates precision accumulator private limited, Shiroli MIDC, Kolhapur. Chairman and managing director of Belpro Components Private Limited, Foundry Division, Gokul Shirgaon. Kolhapur, manufacturers of gravity aluminum die castings. Agro-based industries, Chairman and Managing Director of Dhamni Kure Agro One and Research Private Limited, Vice Chairman, Teachers and Parent Associated, Bharatiya Institute of Management, Kadamwadi, Kolhapur, Member, Bharatiya Bhatka Vimukti Sangatna, Satara, Founder President since 1987, Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Maji Vidyarthi Sangh, Kolhapur. Dr. Nimby Syndrome also conferred with various awards and recognition. He is recipient of Jivan Gaurav Puraskar, Avishkar Foundation, Kolhapur, Chhatrapati Shahu Award from Public Library Chue, Entrepreneur Award from Bharati Vidyapith, Maharashtra Ratna from Maharashtra Foundation, Akluz Poladi Manus from Polad Udyamitra Pratishthan, and Jalna Award for Social Activities from A.G. Korgaonkar Trust, Kolhapur. Once again, I hearty welcome to one and all for this international conference on recent advances in social science, commerce, and management. Our institution always strives for the excellence in the field of research by taking initiatives in organizing such academic endeavors. We received sizable number of research articles to be published in a special issue of the reputed journal. I am quite impressed with the overwhelming response from the delegates from various places. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for this encouraging words. As we know that the world's great men have not commonly been great scholars, nor its great scholars great men. And scholars can be useful and necessary in their own dull, unamusing way to provide a lot of information and ideas for the society. This is time to invite our chief guest, and we are really happy for having such a valuable presence, honorable presence for our conference. Our chief guest, Professor Dr. P.S. Patil, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur.
Hello, good morning to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, very good morning to all of you. Honorable Nimby Syndrome, who is a member, Management Council, Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Satara, and one of the eminent industrialists in Kolhapur, who is also a well-wisher and industrious person on this particular management. Dr. Y.S.P. Thorat, sir, also a member, Management Council, Satara, who is going to deliver a keynote address today on in this particular function. Then the principal, Major Dr. R.S. Dubal, Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Kolhapur. The coordinator of this particular conference, the teachers from all the affiliated colleges, universities, and my dear student friends. I'm indeed very happy to be here on the occasion of inaugural function of one-day online international interdisciplinary conference on recent advances in commerce and management. This conference is being held today on 15th of March 2022. As we know, we are facing a pandemic situation from 2020, and we have shifted our attention from offline education to the online education. During online education, even during lockdown mode, we all were in the mission mode, as we have conducted several academic programs online. And I think in continuation with this online mode, the Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College has come out with a creative idea of organizing an interdisciplinary conference. Interdisciplinary is one of the buzzwords today. Rather than working in an isolated domain of a particular discipline and a particular subject, one has to come up and they have to cross-pollinate their ideas intra and inter. So I am very happy that Rajashri Chhatrapati Shahu College has taken a great initiative with this great idea of organizing interdisciplinary conference. Interdisciplinary in the sense, I don't see here any science departments, but the science, social science, commerce and management, they should together and they should create something novel thing. And that is the main aim of promoting this interdisciplinary culture in the academic fraternity. And not only this, Government of India is also promoting this interdisciplinary idea all over the things. And that has been already highlighted into the new education policy 2020. In the new education policy 2020, this interdisciplinary approach has been very well highlighted, and they are also promoting us to undertake such interdisciplinary things on the campus and off the campus. And therefore, we at Shivaji University and all the universities in the state of Maharashtra, several brainstorming sessions as to how effectively we can implement these ideas of interdisciplinary subjects, how to cross-pollinate the ideas, how to create something new so that the students should get some jobs, they should get some employabilities, and they should be Atmanirbhar, or they should be so confident that they can start something on their own. Is it really possible? And that is the thing that we have brainstorming sessions all over the Maharashtra and within the universities, and how to change the structures of the syllabus that we have today. Because today, our higher education structures are totally different. We are working in a isolated domain. For example, I am from physics. So right from BSc to MSc, I am working in the domain of physics. If somebody is from commerce and management, he is studying only in the management domain, or he is studying only in the commerce domain. Okay. And in the social sciences also, there are many subjects who are working in their own domains. But entering from one domain into another domain is a most challenging aspect of today's education system. And this education system, as we know, is a student-centric education system. And therefore, we need to undertake some changes for the betterment of the students. We have to change the structure of the syllabus. We have to change the structure of our education system to empower the students. So after all, our focus is on the students, how to empower the students, how to build his capacity or her capacity so that he can tomorrow get a good jobs, he can get tomorrow a good employability, or he can start some business of his own. He can also start something like a startups. He can go into incubation, and he can be entrepreneurs. All these are the opportunities that are available to the students, which were not available, say, 20 years back or 10 years back. When I was a student, only a particular path was fixed, and we started taking that particular path and finally ended up into the teaching outline, the teaching employability. But today, the world has come up with several opportunities. It is a digital era. Digital era has opened doors of new opportunities to all the young students, as well as to all the teachers and to all the stakeholders of the society. Even in the India's budget today, 2022 budget, digital infrastructure has been given due importance, so that this digital particular idea should be percolated to the even urban areas as well as rural areas. As far as our university is concerned, which has a jurisdiction of Satara district, Sangli and Kolhapur districts, we have about 80% of the students, they come from a rural background. And how to reach to those students effectively through digital medium is one of the challenging aspects. I know that there are several aspects in which we have to establish digital infrastructure to the students so that teaching and learning should be facilitated to a greater extent, and we can even make them available some international teachers and international scientists through digital medium. Now it is possible to invite many international personalities to Rajeshri Shahu College or any other college through digital medium without coming and visiting to India. And that is the main aspect, and where we can brainstorm, we can train the brains of all these international faculties and scientists so that we can get some good ideas from them. And you can also join hands with them, you can interact with them, you can collaborate with them, and you can also sign memorandum of understandings with them, so that tomorrow your teaching faculty or students can also undertake exchange programs. They can go there and they can learn something at the world-class laboratories over there. So this is one of the win-win situation where we have to focus on the students, his employability and the jobs. And therefore, I think this conference will give a totally new dimension to all the participants and all the students who are participating in this particular conference. There are many well-known resource persons that I could see. They will highlight and they will shine different lights on you so that you can get a new idea of various aspects in the field of interdisciplinary areas in social sciences and commerce and management. There are several thrust areas in commerce and management. There are, on the other hand, thrust areas of social sciences. You should come together and share these thrust areas and come out with something novel. So as per the new education policy, the provision has also been made where we can have ABC. ABC is Academic Bank of Credit. Academic Bank of Credit in Shivaji University. We have also registered this ABC, and that particular aspect in which we are also working on it. We have not yet matured enough. We have just taken up some calculations this year, but maybe in the next year we will be able to finish the structure of the curriculum and how exactly a student can take the facility and the advantage of Academic Bank of Credit, in which the 40% of the credits the student can take from the other institute and from the other universities or any other universities in the world or in the country. Okay, and that particular credit can be transferred to your Shivaji University Credit Bank, and that particular credit, once it is completed, say 100 credits are completed, you will be offered a master's degree. So that
Hello.
Yes,
sir.
Sir,
hello. Hi.
Yes, sir.
sir.
There
what
was
is
a
your-
problem.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's okay.
There was some technical problem. Now it is okay.
Yeah,
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, sir. So, okay, I was talking about New Education Policy 2020 and Academic Bank of Credits. There are several such facilities that are available in the New Education Policy, and we are every day sitting on discussing on how to implement these ideas. Ideas are good, but whether we are prepared to undertake the challenges that has been envisaged in the New Education Policy, that is the question. And therefore today I would like to just tell all the teachers and all the students to prepare yourself to face the challenges that are there in the New Education Policy 2020. There are some good things, there are some challenging things, and we need to prepare ourselves to face tomorrow's problems and tomorrow's challenges. And at Shivaji University, we are framing the policies and we are making it simple to understand. And very soon, we will be organizing several workshops all over the districts and different colleges and the lead colleges in order to tell them, in order to explain them, and in order to demonstrate them what exactly we want to do in implementing this new education policy and how to inculcate the interdisciplinary nature in our curriculum. That is very, very important. There will be some aspects like workload of the teachers and limited infrastructural facilities, and many more things will be there. But we will not go ahead without taking inputs from the teachers who are working in the affiliated colleges. Okay, so definitely we will take inputs from you people, and you can also tell us what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and what are the positive things and what are the negative things. So we can sit together, we can discuss together, and we can come out and optimize this new education policy structure so that it will be most useful to our students. It will be benefited to the students in getting their jobs and making them entrepreneurship. Another aspect is that today we have a structure in which once the student has taken admission to BA or BCom, he or she has to complete the 3 years of course. BA 1, 2, 3, then he will get BA degree, BCom 1, 2, 3, and he will get BCom degree. But in new education policy, we have to make a provision. If some student would like to take a job after first year, his first year should not go waste. So he can take an exit after the first year, and we can give him some certificate which will be helpful for him to get the job and the promotions in the job. Not only that, the students who would like to take exit, for example, if 100 students have taken admission to BCom 1 and 40 of them want to go out of the system, they want to cancel the admission, not cancel, but completion of the first year, and they want to go out, take an exit for the employability reason, then those persons have to be given a bridge course of 12 credits. And those 12 credit bridge course is totally devoted to the jobs and making him employable. So it is the duty of the institutions, it is the duty of the universities as to monitor their progress and check whether they will get the jobs after taking after taking the exit and with the certificate. Today, what we are doing, as the student has taken exit after the first year, we are not giving him any certificate, okay? Any diploma certificate or any other certificate of the course certificate. Now, if the student want to take an exit after second year, again, we have to offer him some bridge course, and after second year, we have to give him diploma certificate. And after the third year, as usual, the BSc degree has to be given. It is like a BHO courses, which are also there in the layered structure. The student can take exit after first year, second year, or third year, or take an entry at the second year or third year, not necessary that he should enter into the first year. So these are some of the flexible structures that are coming up, and we are working on that particular aspect. And I'm not sure whether we have done enough work on this particular aspect, but we also would like to take an inputs from all the faculty members which are there in the affiliated colleges. Secondly, you can also choose to become a degree granting autonomous institution or a teaching institution or a research intensive institution. If you want to start a research component in your curriculum, you have to build a lot of infrastructure facilities on your institutions. So these three options will be available to all the colleges, so that after the brainstorming sessions of your own college fraternity, you can decide to enter into either of these three options: degree granting autonomous institution, or teaching intensive institution, or research intensive institution. If you opt and select for research intensive institution, you have to offer a student the fourth year. In the fourth year, the student only has to take the research component, and there will not be any practicals or theory courses. Only research project will be offered to the students. So the student who are interested in becoming a good scientist or good researcher, he would go for that 4th year. So these are some of the changes that will come in future. Now, since this is the conference, this is the very august gathering of all the good researchers and teachers. I would like to tell you some 4 quadrants of research and development. Exactly as MB Sheikh sir is here, I would like to tell the students how to, what is there after research. Okay, so the first quadrant of our curriculum activity is research and development. But you have to be master in the first quadrant. Okay, master in the first quadrant means you have to be very, very high quality researchers. And once you are very good high quality researchers, you can enter into the second quadrant. What is second quadrant? I will check. But in the first quadrant, as I told you, teaching is everywhere in all the colleges and all the universities. Teaching is part and parcel of our duty. There is no escape. We have to teach. But teaching effectively is more important. How to effectively teach the students, that depends on every individual. Now, along with the teaching, research is very, very important. Most of the teachers, most of the people, they come to me and say that, sir, we are teaching institution, why we should undertake research? But in my opinion, research and teaching should go hand in hand. The person who is very good in research is very good in teaching. He is an effective teacher. So therefore, in my opinion, in the colleges, in the undergraduate colleges also, research should be introduced to the student, so that because of the research, the students will be introduced to entirely new dimension of their career options. They know, and they can also develop some sort of skills into it. In NEP 2020, integration of skill education into higher education has been given a lot of importance. So every student who is completing bachelor's degree or master's degree should have acquired some skill. So research is again a good skill. In research, you learn how to write, you learn creative writing and public speaking and many other analytical skills that you can learn through research. Okay, there can be soft skill and the hard skills, but through research, you can learn both soft skill and hard skills. And if you are very good in the soft skill, like creative writing, entire world is open for you through digital media. Please remember that some 10 years back, this opportunity was not there. But today, this opportunity is there. If you really have a good skill, then you can go nationally and internationally. You can start your own business. You can be a startup company. And a lot of other things can be easily available to you at your doorstep, just with the one click of your mouse on the internet. So this is the opportunity that is available to the students who are interested in imbibing and inculcating adequate skills in them through research. So research is one of the main quadrant of your personality and your employability. The first quadrant is very, very important. I tell all the students. So in the research, you have to undertake research at a great rate. You should be expert in research. You should publish a lot of international papers. You can also submit. So patent, you know, if you write your patent, actually on Shivaji University, you have to universities, and very soon we will offer this particular workshop. So at least 10,000 students in the university campus affiliated to colleges. Very soon that activity will be started. How to convert a research paper into patent is another skill that can be learned by the students as well as teachers. Now, there are a lot of opportunities. If you have good idea, you convert that idea into patent. And if that patent is good, the patent can be commercialized. And if it can be commercialized, you can gain a lot of employability, and not employability, but their income source will be started very soon, because the commercial patent, that means some industry is interested in your idea and they will hire your idea and they will pay you. Second way of commercializing your idea is technology transfer. If you have some idea, that idea can be translated into technology, and you can transfer that technology to some industry to solve their problems. Okay. So if some industry has connected you, they tell you some problems, you can solve the problems with your technology. Indigenous technology development is very important. And then through that aspect, you can develop that technology to the industry. That is called as a technology transfer. Now, if the third way is if yourself are interested in taking your idea on your own ahead, the way forward is there. You have idea means invention. You can convert your invention into innovation on your own. The student or the person who can convert invention into innovation is called as an entrepreneur. So you can be entrepreneur. You can start converting your idea, that is invention, into innovation. And then there will be a lot of questions in the minds of the students and teacher. Who will help me? Is there anyone who can help me? You need some support. You need some help from many people. And we are offering from Shivaji University a lot of help, infrastructure, facilities, and experts to those students and teachers who wish to convert the invention into innovation. And now, if that particular stage has completed, you can enter into incubation. So these three points are very, very important: invention, innovation, and incubation. So the research can lead to all these things to start your startup. Now, after innovation, you can enter into incubation. There are many incubation centers which are established in all the colleges of the university. And I don't know how far we have got success in that particular aspect. Whenever we have to face NAC or NBA or NIRF, we have to show them how many incubation centers, how many businesses and ideas have been incubated in your campus. So normally we are having very less count on that because we have not yet inculcated that aptitude in our students. The students should come forward and convert the invention into innovation. And after innovation, they can enter into incubation. We have an incubation center in our university. What exactly is an incubation? Okay. Now, if you have some product, if you have some idea, you need to market that particular idea to the society. You need the support from different teams. There is a commerce and management team who will help you in designing your business model, designing your strategies, designing your website of your product, and many other aspects can be taken care of the commerce and management team. They will also calculate what will be the market size and what will be the margin in that particular aspect, so that you can take a decision a priori and decide how to flourish abroad businesses ahead. So not only that, you can also take help from different like social sciences and humanities background, and basically commerce and management stream will help you in developing your own business model. And through all these things, then another question will come into your mind: who will give me seed money? Because everything requires money, everything requires funding and grants. At Shivaji University, we have established a Section 8 company. In the Section 8 company, under MSINS, that is Maharashtra State Innovation Society, we can support, we can fund you, your ideas, we can give a financial support.
Hello. Aniket, there is some technical issue.
We don't have, ma'am.
Sir is not audible, I think.
Yes.
Has lost his connectivity.
Yes.
Hello, Patil sir.
Yes. Again, there was some problem. Anyway, so that is the second quadrant in which the student has to work. I can give you more information later on. Then the third quadrant is to start the startups. The student has now the potential of starting the startups. And again, and on Shivaji University, we have entire ecosystem, which is called as an innovation ecosystem established, in which if the student is interested in starting their startups, because what is there after incubation is successful, you can have a startup. And in the startup, if your idea is really good and interesting, people will start investing their own money into your startup company. And that is why you can flourish. Like a WhatsApp, like a Flipkart, Baiju, Oyo, all these are the ideas in which people have really poured their money and funds so that they can also help growing the company. So there are some venture capitalists, there are some angel capitalists. Angel capitalists are the people who are really wealthy people, and they are interested in your idea, and they can start investing in your startup company. Venture capitalists are the businessmen who see there is a potential, companies growing exponentially, and they can invest their own money into that, and their business can grow up and their shares can go up. So that particular facilities, that particular opportunities, if they say, they will pour in a lot of money into your startups. Other is foreign trade investment will also be there, open for you people. So only thing is that you need to have a very good idea to start the startups. So this is the startup, and incubation centers will facilitate and will play an instrumental role in converting your innovation into a startup company through incubation stages. And that are this particular ecosystem, and entire facilities are available at our university. That is the third quadrant. And the last quadrant is entire support is there. Commerce and management teams are there. Science and technology teams are there. Many other teams will support all the people. They will. It is like a team effort. Not a single person can do anything. So the teams are there, and they will help you, because what exactly is the team? Team means TEAM. Together, everyone attains more. So today, we also have to teach to our students and teachers how to build the teams. Very good teams are very, very important. Capacity building of the team is again very important. Enhancing the capacity building is very, very important. And because of that, you can enter into the last quadrant, which is called as a unicorn. Unicorn is a business where your turnover can go up to $1 billion. Is it really possible? That particular dream I'm throwing to all the participants today on the eve of this particular conference, that the student can also think of becoming a unicorn through this particular. It is not
Pardon,
you
sir?
believe in yourself, you can have confidence in yourself, and then nothing is impossible to the students and teachers. Even entire college can take up this activity with one idea. So now most of the students ask me, sir, if I want some funding, who will give you? Please remember that Government of India started startup activity, under which a lot of fundings are available. And Israel is a nation. Entire nation is called as a startup nation. They have different ideas, and they have implemented all these ideas, and all these ideas are successful ideas because they have established very good team. And this is the need of our country, that we should also have a lot of teams, very good teams, that should come together with enough. Means what? Means if we have come together and form a team, 1 + 1 is not equal to 2, but it is more than 2, 3 or 4. So that is the potential that is available in the good team. And I'm sure that every fraternity, educational fraternity people who will take up this challenge and come forward. And I'm sure that this conference will give a new dimension and introduction to the students so that they can think differently. As we know, winners don't do different things. They do attitude that is needed to imbibe into the students. And I'm sure that this conference will give a new highlights, a new dimension to the students so that they can start thinking on their own. The great scientist Albert Einstein says that higher education is not just learning of the facts, but training of the minds to think. And I'm sure that students will think independently to become Atmanirbhar, to support the mission of India, Atmanirbhar India. So once again, thank you very much. And I'm thankful to Dr. Nimby sir and Dr. Dubal sir for inviting me here to this interdisciplinary conference and giving me an opportunity to talk something new to this particular audience. Thank you so much and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. As I have already mentioned that we are really happy for having your honorable presence for this one-day online international interdisciplinary conference for this. Thank you for your very lucid and explanative speech. As you have already mentioned about new education policy, as you have already mentioned about research and its quadrants, let me assure you that this conference will be very grateful, very fruitful to all the participants, no doubt. And as everyone knows that RC Shaw College is having great concerns of very research scholars and great dignitaries who is having great passion for every criteria of the society, who likes to work for the society, who always like to encourage us, means our all scholar dignitaries always like to encourage us to be the part of this smart education, to be the part of this recent trends in educational stream. So thank you very much, sir, Patil sir, for your speech and your valuable praises for this conference. Now I would like to request Dr. Y.S.P. Thorat sir, member, Managing Council, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha Satara, for his keynote address.
Respected organizers and dear colleagues, when I was asked to deliver the keynote address at today's function, I asked myself as to why the choice had fallen on me when so many better qualified persons were available for the task. I am painfully aware that I do not belong to the education sector. I have not served it in a professional capacity, and I am only superficially familiar with its technicalities and jargon. This being the case, if the choice has fallen on me, then the only alternative is to conclude that either the organizers, who are men and women of learning and wisdom, have made a mistake, or they have not. Even as I was thinking so, I was reminded of how Socrates, the famous Greek teacher, came to public notice. Let me share the story with you. As you know, Socrates is the quintessential philosopher. He was born in the Greek city-state of Athens and lived a very normal, almost anonymous life till he returned to his city after completing his military tenure. But then a great and a wonderful thing happened. One day, the king of Athens visited the holy temple at a place called Delphi. And when he went to Delphi, he posed a question to the oracle. The oracle at Delphi was the chief priest of the temple. And it was widely believed in Greece that God spoke through him, and that whatever he said or predicted either came true or was true. Well, the king went to this priest, and after completing and performing all the rituals, he asked him, "O priest, tell me, who is the wisest man in Greece?" Without a moment's hesitation came the answer. "King, the wisest man in Greece is Socrates." Now, when this news was communicated to Socrates, he was astounded. He knew 100% that he was not wise. Yet, he could not doubt the word of the oracle, because the oracle was supposed to speak with the voice of God. And so, the great Socrates found himself on the horns of a dilemma. He thought deeply about this and said to himself, "I know I am not wise, and yet the oracle cannot be wrong. So, the only thing to do is to find out what the correct position is. And to do so, he started on a journey to solve the mystery. He went to a person who was considered wise and asked him questions. When he listened to the answers that the persons gave, he found that the answers were very superficial. So he said, "Thank you very much," and went to another wise man and found that the position was the same. After going to many wise men, Socrates concluded that all that these men had to offer him were words and not wisdom. Socrates then came to the famous conclusion: the oracle of Delphi is right. The oracle of Delphi is right. Yes, I am the wisest man in Greece, because I know that I do not know, while the others, the so-called wise men, do not know that they do not know. So, assuming that wisdom lies in the awareness of one's ignorance, let me explore the subject of education with you. As I become older, I become increasingly convinced of the need to reflect on important questions around learning and education. I also feel that this is something anyone who is involved in the field should also take the time to do. Now, this involves thinking about questions such as, what should the aim of education be? Who should be educated? What should be taught? And should this differ with interests and abilities? And how should we be educated? The fact that these questions have been asked for many, many centuries and are yet to be answered discourages many from examining them in the first place. After all, they say, why study questions that never go away? Why not just get on with the job of teaching instead of philosophizing and having abstract discussions? While these objections are understandable, I think they miss the point. The point is that organizations, whether schools or whether colleges, whether governments or whether businesses, work the way they work, not because of the rules and regulations that govern them, but because of the way the people who work in these institutions and who come to these institutions think. And so, if you want to improve any system, any school, any college, you need to look at the way the people in that organization think and interact with each other. And that is the basis of education philosophy. Let me now turn to some broad thoughts on education. Let me clarify at the outset that my views on education are not driven by any academic understanding of the subject, but my experience of having been a student for the last 75 years. When I look back, I find that two teachers influenced me. One was an Englishman, Jack Gibson, who was then principal of the school when I was doing Cambridge. The other was an Indian, Srinivas Hari Dikshit, professor of philosophy at the Rajaram College, Kolhapur. One taught me at school and the other at college. Their influence was so strong and their personal examples so shining that I very much wanted to become a teacher also. I was not allowed to do so by my family. But the fact that I am here today speaking about education testifies to the truth of my statement. So in sharing with you how I view education, I am drawing on what I learned from both these teachers. Both of them taught me to reflect, ponder, reason. Both inculcated a love of reading, and by helping me to choose the right books and asking me the right questions, they taught me to think and to analyze. Gibson introduced me to literature and poetry and helped me to understand my heritage and past in a very thoughtful, secular, non-judgmental way. Dikshit, on the other hand, opened up the world of logic and the magic box of philosophy, Western and Eastern, in which I took my first degree. Both taught me that if you want to understand, you must do two things above all others. You must read a lot and you must write a lot. Even now, I read 3 or 4 books at a time, maybe 1 or 2 for my pleasure, usually fiction or poetry, and the others for enrichment, biography, history, or political thought. Both teachers emphasized that one should never read a book without a pencil in one's hand, a habit which has stayed with me and accounts for the innumerable pencils that I possess. Both challenged my thinking ruthlessly. They initiated discussions based on the books I had been told to read and chose topics for essays that took me to a different level of appreciating works of poetry, lessons of history, and the problems of philosophy. I was a slow learner, actually. I was not a shining, brilliant student. And actually, if you ask me the truth, a bit of a plodder. But neither Jack nor Dikshit ever gave up on me or on any other student who they felt was trying to but couldn't grasp an idea. In such cases, both would spare serious time and patiently go on asking questions, one after another, helping me to laboriously untangle the logic of the question and arrive at an answer. The soundness of methodology was always stressed above the content. What they essentially taught was that in the field of mathematics, 1 + 1 always equaled 2. But this was not so necessarily in life. And therefore, the important thing was to arrive at a conclusion using the right method and to hold it while at the same time being open to understanding the conclusion of another person and correcting one's own conclusion if the need so arose. It was in this way that they taught me to be as appreciative of the Bhagavad Gita as of the Quran. It was in this way that I was introduced to the field of education. But the academic environment of today is very different to that of my time. Academic institutions today are increasingly determined by the forces of the market, globalization, and government policies, all of which are based on a philosophy that the outcome of education must be useful. Intellectual enterprise in my time was a mix of practical and the philosophical, and it emphasized the pursuit of knowledge for the sake of it. Over the years, there has been a steady increase in the demand that the task of academic institutions is to produce a workforce which can be fruitfully linked to national priorities. It is perhaps for this reason that governments increasingly seem to favor studies in business management, applied science, high technology, and profit-driven research, usually at the expense of social studies and humanities. Well, market forces reinforce this tendency. As a result, knowledge is increasingly understood as being for a functional purpose. And the proof of that is the mushrooming of MBA and business colleges all over Maharashtra and of technical institutes all over the country. Today, students are viewed as customers, and the teaching faculty is viewed as service providers. And parents come to institutions and say, if I have paid a certain fee, then I must get a certain return for it. In case I am misunderstood, let me make it clear that while the usefulness of purpose is praiseworthy, we cannot, indeed should not, ignore the intellectual breadth that a broad education can provide. Such an education encourages students to think creatively and independently and develop their own reasoned inquiry, as opposed to simply absorbing knowledge from previous generations. I think I'm clear in my mind that if we want to continue as functioning democracies, subject such as critical thinking, ethics, and social responsibility need to be taught across all disciplines. Consumerist societies often find it difficult to separate things from their use. And one can't really argue with the fact that in our tough economic times, young people need to prepare themselves for a career. It is on this argument that producing a well-educated and proficient population is justified as an investment in human capital. Indeed, every study suggests that in simple monetary terms, education is an extremely good investment. However, what is not shown, and perhaps what cannot be shown, is that securing a well-educated population is also an investment in ethical terms. For this reason, we cannot view students whose minds are still young and malleable as merely a future labor force. Because each student is an individual with a meaningful life and a large intellectual potential. Must find the appropriate balance between the practical aspect of teaching your students to face real life and the human aspect of preparing them for an ethical and an intellectual life. The method of doing this is by asking questions. The popular belief is that the more questions you ask, the more you expose your ignorance. The truth, however, is that the more questions you ask, the more you get to know the subject yourself. And the more you are able to map out and set a meaningful path for your students. When we ask questions in the field of science, we receive relatively firm answers. Literature, philosophy, and other disciplines, on the other hand, leave most questions open for discussion, debate, and dialogue. Discussions make you realize that no matter how much we think and talk about an issue, there is always more. Often questions invite more questions or suggest that we come up with our own conclusions. But the final conclusion is that there are no final answers to the really vital questions. And therefore, in a pluralist society, in a pluralist world, where many people of many races and many religions coexist together, there one must have the assurance of being able to see all the different viewpoints in a rational and a humane way. The famous educator Alan Ryan, in his monograph, Liberal Anxieties and Liberal Education, says that one of the central purposes of education is to overcome the sense of being thrown into a meaningless world. As teachers, we must realize that students are young and often confused. I was a most confused person as a young person. I found my environment confusing and contradictory. The more I looked around me, the more everything seemed to be open to a mix of pressures, expectations, failures, hopes, and fears. My elders wanted me to believe in a God whom I couldn't see. My parents wanted me to be virtuous and good. When I found that all wonderful things were either labeled as bad or were not available. My teachers wanted me to study when games were so much more fun. In short, I was confused. Buddha at one point says, living is the art of dealing with confusion within yourself and in the external world. And within this confusion, finding a meaning. Aristotle, who lived in Greece around the 4th century BC, and who was a student of Socrates, said, man is a rational animal. What Aristotle meant by this was that if you can learn how to think in a logical and creative way, if you can learn how to raise the right questions about a subject, or even life in general, and master the art of searching for answers. If you can understand the secret of turning answers into real ways of how to live, and if you are fired with the zeal of persistent search, then perhaps you can deal with confusion within and without. Therefore, to my mind, our main role as educators is not to give students final answers. This is right, that is wrong. That's not our job as educators. Our job as educators is not to give definitive answers to questions, but to teach students how to find their own answers and how to live with the uncertainty that surrounds them. Our job is to give students the confidence to ask why, even if they do not or are not able to find the answer immediately. Our job is to push students to become individuals who can think for themselves, not repeat by heart what has been written on the board. It is to push them to become and have their own opinion on life and on their surroundings. It is to give them the confidence that if uncertainties trouble them, then all that they have to do is to pick up a book and they will find that they are not alone. But the point is, what kind of questions should students raise? If I were to ask a typical student as to why he or she was in college, the answer would be, I am here to pursue a degree. For many, acquiring a degree or getting a job is equal to making life meaningful. But here, as educators, you, me, we must remind them that there is a difference between the meaning of doing something and the purpose of doing it. There is a clear distinction between meaning and purpose. Meaning is about those belief systems that you bring to the world in which you live, learn, and work. Purpose, on the other hand, has to do with realizing particular objectives and pursuing certain goals. The connection between meaning and purpose is that what makes our purpose worthwhile, what makes our purpose worthwhile or justifiable, depends upon the meaning that we attach to it. In other words, meaning makes purpose worthwhile, and in that way drives human behavior. Unfortunately, educators often insist that their students should pursue and achieve a whole host of academic and career purposes without first helping them to formulate systems in which to do so. This is regrettable, even dangerous, because if you have not helped your students to have thought through the meaning of what they are doing and why they are doing it, then at a later stage, they may find themselves at a loss after graduating or mastering. When faced with the reality of the real world, they find themselves crushed by unfulfilled expectations. Let me close my talk. Let me close my talk by discussing with you the preconditions I think are necessary for learning. Through you, I would like to address the students. And as far as students are concerned, it should be our constant effort to impress upon them that they must never make the mistake of thinking that knowledge will come to them because they have paid their fees. By paying the fees, they have secured admission, not knowledge. Knowledge is not a commodity which can be bought or sold. When a salesman sells you a shirt, it belongs to you. But when a teacher teaches a student, the knowledge imparted becomes the student's only if there is an equal and opposite effort by the student to the teacher. Students should be led to understand that they cannot come to class, sit back, relax, and expect to become educated. Truly, our scriptures tell us that लक्ष्मी लवकर प्रसन्न होते, म्हणून लक्ष्मीची साधना सोपी आहे. परंतु सरस्वतीची साधना, that requires a whole lifetime, because Saraswati is the most difficult goddess to please. In this context, it may be interesting for you to know that in the old days, academic institutions were called gymnasia. Strange, is it not? The idea was that a gymnasium was not only a place where you challenged your bodies, but also the place where you were taught to challenge your mind. Just as there is no easy way of building a body, similarly, there is no easy way of building a mind. In both cases, success depends upon two factors: the effort of the student and the quality of teaching. And for this, the first thing that we as educators must do is to bring about a change in our own mindsets and in the mindsets of our students. From a mindset which says that a Brahmin way of doing things is good, the Muslim way of doing things is better, and the Indian way of doing things is the best. We have to change over to a mindset which accepts in a thoughtful and humane way the differences and commonalities which characterize mankind. This does not mean that we forget our heritage, but it does mean that while respecting our heritage, we respect that of others. The old Latin dictum, nihil humanum mihi alienum futohus, expresses most eloquently the thought which is in my mind. This Latin dictum means intellectual freedom. Intellectual freedom is the freedom that comes of the sense that we are possessed of not our nature, but of all human nature. Let us therefore resolve to strip ourselves of our gender or our national identities and approach the task of education as thoughtful, humane human beings. In the end, education is about humanity. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your scholarly and philosophical address as a keynote address for our one-day online international interdisciplinary conference. Thanks a lot once again. Now, I would like to request Dr. M.B. Sheikh sir, Member, Managing Council, Rayat Shikshan Sanstha Satara, and Chairman, College Development Committee, CDC, Rajashri Chhatrapati Shahu College for his presidential address for this conference. Sheikh sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you very much. Today's chief guest, Dr. P.S. Patil, is also Pro-Vice Chancellor of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. As a chief guest, he has addressed very well and he has covered all the points about the future education system, then what is the new education policy coming up, how these institutions are coping up with the new education policy, what are the plans they are doing in the university, but technologically, then startup, then incubation, and everything he has covered. Today, we are also lucky that we have a Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shirke. Maybe there are very few lucky students, he may be among them, but I don't know whether there is a case like this. Being a student of Shivaji University, he joined as a lecturer, assistant professor. He worked in all the disciplines in the Shivaji University, right from registrar, head of the department, the member of Senate, the member of managing council, and then he worked 5 years in the capacity as a Pro-Vice Chancellor. Today is a Vice Chancellor. So he knows everything, and he has come from a humble background and a very like an official area. And these two gentlemen, Dr. P.S. Patil and Dr. Shirke, Vice Chancellor and Pro-Vice Chancellor, both are doing extremely well. They are trying their level best to upgrade the education, upgrade the standard of education, university and everywhere. And being a student of Shivaji University, we feel proud of both of them and the faculties and the university they way. And I have had opportunity to interact with them as an industry representative with what we were facing, like a sand accumulation management, like a foundry courses, because Kolhapur industry is having the most of the foundries and machine shop. So need-based student and then to increase employability. And I'm very happy to state here that both were very, very happy and they have done an extremely good job for the industrial fraternity, especially foundry fraternity, to support them. And it was luck today that today he is graced the function, this workshop on international, one-day online international interdisciplinary conference on social science, commerce and management. And another guest of today is the keynote speaker, Dr. Thorat. Of course, it was so much philosophical and he has covered all the points. In fact, we were thinking being an ex-employee of Reserve Bank of India and NABARD, he is the best economist. But along with economics, he's equally a social reformer and well-studied. He has covered everything like from Socrates to these all philosophies. And 2-3 points which I really appealed to me, that when you read any books, let us have pencils so that you can note down the points and you can understand this thing. And he has covered everything. And what important part which
Hello, Aniket. Aniket, ask him to unmute. He's not audible.
His own experience and what he said very rightly. During his college days, he was confused. This is the case of everybody. And all the students go through such type of confusion or second ambiguity and, to decide the career. As he said very rightly, his parents were expecting something, his teacher wanted something, and he wanted to do something else. And this happens to almost all the students, and their challenge comes to the professors and the teachers to take care of them and to see to it that the students, he becomes one of the best students and a successful human being in his life. Really, it's a wonderful lecture and we are all happy. And I think all participants and the organizer, we are lucky that we have a keynote speaker like Dr. Thorat. And I really thank him, my bottom of heart, that he has covered many things. Coming to today's topic, I also compliment to the management, the principal of Chhatrapati Shahu College, for organizing such a wonderful one-day online workshop. Other day, last week, even this college has organized the international seminar or the conference on science, interdisciplinary science, where the chemistry, physics, maths, this botany and statistics, everything was covered. And the lecturer, the professors, and the keynote speakers were wonderful. And I'm very happy that I announce here the few names, like, the guests came from London, Vietnam, Malaysia, Australia, then Tamil Nadu, South Korea. And I was told that more than 100, and even our management, the college, the organizer committee has distributed some awards to them. And that was very much, successful, and it was very meaningful. It was very purposeful. And I'm sure that this conference will also be very effective, purposeful. And even today, when I was looking at the lecturers and these parent speakers and resource persons, the few among them, as announcer has already said, that Dr. Faraz also said in our opening remark that the professors like Saptarshi, then Dr. Prakash Pawar, and more importantly, the Dr. Linton from Bangladesh, then A.M. Gurau. I know A.M. Gurau personally because I'm also a member of Board of Studies of Shivaji University in Commerce, and he has got 3 PhDs and he's MA, MCom, and he always tries to do something for the community, for the society, and for education institutions. And just recently I met him. He said that he's going to have a startup on Jaggery, which is very famous in Kolhapur, doing his lectureship and education. Simultaneously, he does a lot of activities for social and skill development. I remember about 2-3 years back, before the pandemic, he organized this employment mela, and I was told that more than 10,000 students and participated in that, and more than 100 industries and business community were there for giving the employment, and that was the most successful event which he has conducted. And today he's going to be chairperson for this commerce. And there are many other people also, which I really appreciate the management and the Principal Dubal for organizing such a wonderful people. Name a few: this Bharati Patil. She's also one of the renowned personality in Shivaji University, who head the Mahatma Gandhi, the social foundation there. And I know her personally. She's a very, very studied and well versed about this happening today. I really appreciate our college management once again, and this organizing committee. They have taken all the efforts to organize it properly. Coming to the other point about their Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Dr. Dubal has already covered almost all the points: the strength of college, the students, and how started, and how I have been got educated and benefited from this earn and learn scheme. Like me, there are thousands of students, those who became the barristers, the vice chancellor of the university, politicians, social workers in 100 years. And this was the vision of Padma Bhushan Dr. Karmal Bhaurav Patil, to bring the students from official areas. And today we are also trying to cope up with the recently. I'm very happy to announce here that recently the government of Maharashtra and UGC has sanctioned us the cluster university, which is named in the name of Dr. Karmal Bhaurav Patil. And it was his dream in those days to have his own university. And we are going to start it. The government has already sanctioned the funds, and we already acquired the land there. And within a year or 2 years' time, we are going to start this our own university. And as Professor Patil has said that these will autonomous colleges and there will be self-finance colleges. And being a industrial businessman, I feel there is a big challenge, because we industry had a big challenge about 5-10 years back, when there was a flood from China and Americans and Germans, and they were coming with a big technology, Japanese. And then they have compelled us, the industries, to cope up with their requirement, their standard, like many like ISO, then 7.2 and everything. And I think same is going to come to the these education institutions in colleges and universities. And with conventional colleges, cluster universities, I don't know whether these conventional universities will remain or not, or whether there will be some, like, these banks are getting merged and they want a bigger bankers. Same thing may happen that if the college is not autonomous, they may ask to merge with some other autonomous colleges, or might be some universities also may get merged with other universities. They may also, do something like that, so that we'll be able to compete with the global education this thing. And I am very happy here to state that there are university people are extremely doing well. And once again, just I would like to recollect the name about the Dr. P.S. Patil. And I am very happy to say here that he is among 500 recognized researchers in the globe. And just yesterday, they have received 4.5 crores grant from the UGC Government of India for development and research work. And other day, about 4 days back, this team of botany department, they have invented one medicine which will be useful for this blood cancer. And this is what is happening, because you have to always be on the toes and you have to go for research. And we all are following the university, what they are doing there. Even RAIT also is having the RAIT Research Institute, which is in Satara. And we have also that Center for Invention, Incubation and Innovations. And the center is going to help the teachers and students go for research, as well as the patents, going for commercial utilization of the patents, and everything will be there. And even there are, I am also a part of this investment for some new startups. There is one board is there, like, this National Stock Exchange or a Bombay Stock, there is one, something like that. There is an exchange there where only investment is done in the startups. And being an investor, I am also part of that. When the presentation takes place, because the system is there, when somebody invents some good ideas and he needs the funds, so he has to present his project for the team, the technical team, commercial team, financial team, marketing team, and then they are rated, and the future of that, and then investor comes forward to invest money in that. And when I was asking the person, those who has invested till date, a lot of money has invested, I said, how can you take the risk of so much? Then he said that, okay, I know that 20-30% starts not fail. About 10-15% startups are not doing well. And sometimes I also feel the risk of investing money with the startup. But then he says that there are more than 50 companies become these icon companies. And then many startups are doing extremely well. So that is being compensated. And Government of India also trying level best to encourage the startups and the student going for research and the patents and going for commercialization. And all these things, even RAIT also trying to cope up with the new changes, and without compromising the basic fundamental of doing the parting education with the needy, the poor, and the special children from official areas. Even all the colleges, when we took the survey, those colleges in Mumbai and Pune, most of the students are from the migrants, those who are migrated from Marathwada and all regional, these backward areas. And we are trying to balance between both. One side, we want to impart education to the needy and those who are from official areas. And the theme of Karma Gaurav Patil was those who want to study but having no funds. So let them come here and get the degree. Same way, even in the change circumstances, even with self-financing these institutions also, we are trying to cope up with that. And I am very happy and proud to be part of the management of the RAIT Shikshan Samstha. I am a student, as I said, student earn and learn scheme, and this is only possible with RAIT Shikshan Samstha to give such a importance, rather I can say, or the this student. I came there with from the very humble background and very official area. With Earn and Learn scheme there. Then I became a member of the College Development Committee, then became the member of the institute. Then I was elevated as a managing council member. Before that, to groom me, I was also a chairman of an engineering college for 5 years. And like me, there are hundreds of students, those who are still there, those who are given employment in the college, lecturer, professor, clerical staff, everywhere. So institutions not only impart the education, but also see to it that their education and their expertise also utilized here. We have good people like Thorat is there, who has got expertise in global exposure. He is also one of the council members. There are two ex-commissioners of Revenue Department and the Corp Department, also the member of Managing Council. So there are a lot of things to discussion there, and we plan for the future of these institutions. And I'm sure that this seminar will be most effective. Coming to today's topic, after this COVID-19, especially pandemic, and a lot of changes and invention and development in the information technology system, and so many new things are coming up. Entire social environment change, as Mr. Thorat has said. The philosophy of maybe that Muslim philosophy, Quran, Gita, all these things in those days. But then with these changes, a lot of changes have taken place. So this education systems are also has to cope up with the change in social science, social fabric, the social environment, and especially because of this pandemic and development in information technology. And today we are sitting here and conducting the seminar on international seminar. This was became possible because of this development in information technology. This photography, this voice, everything. And with this Internet of Things, or other, I can say artificial intelligence, or this machine learning. So many things are there. A lot of developments have taken place, and big data is there. Recently, if you must remember that when Ambani was addressing his annual general meeting, he said that future will be not with petroleum product or any commodity or a share. It will be data available, and the analysis of data. A lot of information is available to analyze that. This is also going to be a big challenge in the. And so this, a lot of changes will take place in social fabric and social environment also. So it is challenge before the professors and teachers to see to it that the students, they absorb, they, get the knowledge, and they become the most competent to live in the world and to take the shocks from such changes in the social environment. Coming to the commerce, I am also a commerce student, and I am seeing that since like 40-50 years, there is not much change in the syllabus and the commerce and what accountancy principles and all. But today there are a lot of changes, like international standards of accounting has come, e-commerce has come, and a lot of changes have taken place in the commerce. Other day when I was attending one BOS meeting, and there was a topic for some of the college wanted to start some BCom in the banking. So I just asked the question to the learned panel members that whether you want the student to become the bank employee, or he want to borrow, or what you would like to expect from him, and what education you would like to impart with him. Like today, e-banking has come, bank product has come. The conventional banking is almost getting out of the syllabus, rather, I can say. But there was a big question they asked me when I was also not able to answer. This is that, okay, we know that these are the changes. We have to right from this barter system to, we are just teaching them to barter system or some conventional banking, loan and deposits and all. But we are not able to cope up with them or teach them the present banking or what is going to future in banking. But they say that there is no books, books are not available. Information, collect information is not available, and it is not possible for a professor to collect all the information. So I think this is a big challenge before you all people to learn it, professors, to see to it that you get all the information available on the internet or the Google, and what is happening. If you read the newspapers, like cryptocurrency has come up, which nobody has expected that there will be this type of currency will take place. Even RBI is now struggling. They also come up with the government. Earlier they want to ban it. So these are the many things that are taking place in the finance and banking and commerce and management. So ultimately, management also has to cope up with the changes in the commerce or the business environment. And so the conventional banking, like Peter Drucker, all this say, that's okay, that's the one part. But simultaneously, you have to also teach the student what is happening today around us in the globe and what others are doing. So this is the biggest challenge with all the fraternity of these education institutions. And I'm sure that with today's, today's what I've seen the keynote speakers and resource persons, lecturers, they are very expert in their own line, on their field and on their and I'm sure that this will be most effective and purposeful. And as it was, science, this was very successful. So, equally, this also will be more successful. And the most of papers are going to present there, and this will be more effective and vibrant. I wish all the best to the organizer, the principal of the college, and the lecturers and resource persons. And I'm sure that the evening or tomorrow when we do the review, that I will get the feedback from the students and participants that this was one of a good and excellent seminar. I wish all the best, every success to them. And I once again compliment the principal of the college, their team working hard. I have seen them working hard to organize properly. And thank you very much for calling me also and giving the opportunity to be a chairperson of this particular function. Thank you very much, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presidential address. Thank you for your best wishes for this conference, and really thank you for being part of this conference. Now this is a time to conclude our first session. Hence, I would like to request Srimati S.S. Lavekar Madam to propose a vote of thanks for this first session.
Thank you, Madam. Good morning, one and all. Respected Chief Guest of the inaugural function of One-Day International Conference on Recent Advances in Social Science, Commerce and Management. Honorable Dr. P.S. Patil, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Keynote Address Speaker, Dr. Y.P. Thorat, Member, Managing Council, Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Satara. President of the session, Dr. M.B. Sheikh, Member, Managing Council, Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Satara. Also, Chairman, College Development Committee, Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Kolhapur. Resource Person, Dr. Praveen Saptarshi, Emeritus Professor, ICSSCM, Pune, and Dr. Litton PM, Assistant Professor, SITCO, Bangladesh. Also, Chairpersons of the session, Major Professor Dr. R.S. Dubal, In Charge Principal of the College, Vice Principal Dr. V.V. Killedar, IQSC Coordinator Dr. S.P. Pawar, Dr. S.A. Faras, Coordinator of this conference, and our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to express a vote of thanks on this occasion. I am Sampada Lavekar, on behalf of Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Kolhapur, extend a heartily vote of thanks to Professor Dr. P.S. Patil Sahib, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, for accepting our invitation and honoring this function with his inspirational thoughts. I would like to thank Honorable Dr. Y.P. Thorat, Member, Managing Council, Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Satara, delivering the keynote address in a simple and lucid manner. Sir, we all are inspired by your great words. We are also grateful to Dr. M.B. Sheikh Sahib, Member, Managing Council, Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Satara, for giving his valuable guidance to all of us in his presidential speech. We are also grateful to the Chairman, Secretary, Joint Secretary, Management Council Member, and General Body members of Rayat Shikshan Samstha, Satara for their valuable guidance and support. I would like to express our sincere thanks to In-Charge Principal of the College, Major Professor Dr. R.S. Dubal, for inspiring us and providing all sort of help during the organization of this international conference. I also express our sincere thanks to all the dignitaries, resource persons for blessing the function with their valuable presence. I also wish to express my gratitude to students and participants for their active participation. Once again, I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the College Development Committee. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, good afternoon to one and all. We are moving into the second session of this international conference, that is social science session of this one-day international interdisciplinary conference on recent advances in social sciences, commerce and management. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. B.B. Gorke, Assistant Professor, for welcome address and introduction of the resource person of this second session.
We are immediately starting with the second session, technical session. Participants are requested to join the session.
Good afternoon to all of you. To be inspired is a great, but to be an inspiration is an honor. Is always used for the introducing an eminent personality. The eminent personality of second session of international conference is Dr. Praveen Saptarshi sir. Myself, Dr. B.B. Gorke from the Department of Geography, feel privileged to introduce Honorable Dr. Saptarshi sir, who is the Emeritus Professor, Sustainability Management, Indian Institute of Cost and Management Studies and Research, Pune. He was worked as UGC Emeritus Fellow, Department of Environment Science, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, during 2016 to 2018. Visiting Professor, Salisbury University, Maryland, US, during 2012-2016. Coordinator of Study Abroad Courses in India, Salisbury University, during 2008-2014. Professor and Head, Department of Environmental Science, University of Pune, Head, Post-Graduation, Department of Geography, SP College, Pune. During his 50 years tenure, he guided 7 MPhil students and 51 PhD students. He has completed 2 research projects for degree, 13 research projects and 14 consultancy projects. 154 research papers have been published in national and international journals and 2 research volumes. He has delivered talks in various events as guest speaker, keynote speaker in more than 200 events. He has published 14 textbooks. He worked as an editor of 5 research journals. He was appointed as an expert member of Board of Studies in Geography, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, and Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, Gujarat, and Board of Studies in Earth Sciences in Bharati University, Pune. He was selected as an external member of Research and Recognition Committee of North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, Sant Gadge Maharaj University, Amravati, Rashtrasant Tukdoji Maharaj University, Nagpur, and Mumbai University, Mumbai. He has won 3 Best Teacher Award by University of Pune, Municipal Corporation of Pune, and Bharatiya Jain Sangatna. Presently, he has been appointed as an Emeritus Professor by the Department of Environmental Science, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Pune, and Indian Institute of Cost and Management Studies and Research, Pune. On behalf of Rajarshi Chhatrapati Shahu College, Kolhapur, I heartily welcome again Honorable P.G. Saptarshi sir for the second session of this conference. Thank you. Now I would like to introduce the chairperson of the session, Honorable Dr. Prakash Pawar sir, presently working as the Vice Principal in Ferguson College, Pune. He is a renowned scholar of political science, a creative writer, journalist, a social activist, truly a dynamic person. During the teaching span of 26 years, more than 50 research papers in various national international conferences have been presented. He has delivered more than 1500 speeches on various topics. A few highlights of his biodata are his valuable contribution in government decision of considerable increase in the remuneration of clock hour basis teachers, that is CHB, in Maharashtra. He was instrumental in the government decision of using mother's maiden name in the school record. He has trained more than 5,000 trainees at Yashda, Pune, and 1,500 officers at Ram Tekdi, Hadapsar, Pune. Apart from this, he has worked as trainee at Police Training Center, Turchi, District Sangli. With this brief introduction of both the personalities with us, I hand over the charge to the anchor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gurke sir, for the wonderful introduction of the resource person and the chairperson. So next we are moving on into the most important part of the session. I heartily invite Honorable Resource Person, Dr. Praveen Saptarshi, Emeritus Professor, Indian Institute of Post and Management Studies and Research, Pune, for the inspiring lecture. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me appreciate the theme of the conference, and for that I congratulate the organizers, especially my young friends from Geography Department, English Department, and Economics Department. Secondly, I also appreciate that you have put my lecture under the chairmanship of Prakash Pawar, whose I am a great fan, and I am a regular reader of his articles in about the political events, and that's why I really appreciate that Prakash Pawar is with me as a chairperson in this session. Chairman sir and ladies and gentlemen, I am really feel proud to share the dais with the great persons like Thorat sir, and also the Pro Vice Chancellor and my young friend, Professor Sheikh, Dr. Sheikh from Rayat Shikshan Samstha. Rayat Shikshan Samstha, and I have got great regards for Rayat Shikshan Samstha, and one of the managing council member has just mentioned that they want to merge with some other universities. I would say that be careful, because it is not a good decision. It is not in line with what Karmavir has taught us, and I really request you to rethink about this decision. So Rayat has its own unique features. It is meant for the social, and it has adopted inclusive approach in education, and that's why don't be carried out by so-called new education policy, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So there is no Atmanirbharta in that new education policy. There is no anything which can address the social issues in India, especially in Maharashtra and especially in rural Maharashtra, agricultural sector. So all these startups and all these things are nothing but the outgrowth of corporate bodies which are responsible for degradation of environment, which are responsible for degradation of human values, which are responsible for creating disparity, which are responsible for creating poverty, and then asking foolishly, or you can say intolerantly, to the people who are poor that, oh, you should get educated. So how one can get educated if Karmavir would not have established this Rayat Shikshan Samstha? And I think that USP of unique selling point of Rayat Shikshan Samstha is the poorest of poor person, as Mahatma Gandhi has advocated, that poorest of poor person should should get the opportunity of education. And that is, I think, that a real so-called Vishwaguru or so-called Atmanirbharta. And Rayat is doing this, and that's why they don't need to follow other institutes like Harvard or this my university like Salisbury or the Stanford University and so on and so forth. So with these unnecessary remark, I think that you should think on this, the unnecessary remark. I will start with what are the recent trends? Recent trends in social sciences, I mean politics, sociology, economics, then the geography. So all these sciences, social sciences, are taught. So we call it as the liberal education. If you are MSc, MA, postgraduate in or PhD in sociology, it doesn't mean that you will be placed in World Bank. So you will be positioned in somewhere in some industry, or even in politics, political science. If you are expert in political science, even then you don't have any other space than the education. So if the students number of students is reduced who are choosing these social sciences, our jobs will also be declined. So that's why this kind of education is called as a liberal education. It is not employment oriented education, but it is valuable so far as the human values are concerned, so far as the humanity is adapting to the new era is concerned. So this adaptation to the new ideas, adaptation to the new environment is important, and for that any country, any society can be considered as rich society if such colleges imparting liberal education are there in that particular area. And I remember in 70s, I think one of our teachers, like Gapra Pradhan, so he was responsible. He was a member of managing council of Pune University, and there were such members in Kolhapur University, and all of them have decided to adopt inclusive approach in education. And that's why you can find that the most of the colleges at Tahsil level, they are established in 70s, then later on 80s. And at that time, I remember that there were so many criticisms on newspaper that why to give that college at Pathardi, or why to give college at Pet, Vadagaon. So there is no room, there is no building and all these things. So Pradhan Master was of the opinion that let it be. So if they do something, it will survive and they will have their own building. And our society is quite a noble society, and they will take care of such colleges. And it is visible in these days that there are big buildings, big colleges at the Tahsil level. And the great contribution is of Rayat Shikshan Samstha in Kolhapur, Satara district, and also in Sholapur district. So this is really the new, what is, you can call it as new education policy. So that is, new education policy can be a policy to reach out to the poorest of poor people for education and try to include them in educational career. So first of all, the first question in my mind is that why environmental, my topic given to me is environmental concern in social sciences. I will pose one question, that why it is the landmark, why it can be considered as the landmark in recent trend. The environmental concern is the important recent trend. First of all, let me admit that it is not recent trend, but it is a trend, I think 50, 70 years back. And there are so many people who have contributed from science stream, from social sciences, from languages. They have contributed for the environmental concern and developing environmental concern of society. I had been to the Bay Area in United States of America, and it is so clean, and cleanliness is mainly after 80s. Before that, it was a dirty gutter water was directly thrown into this. And that's why there can be, even Mula Mutha in Pune can be clean if the people's participation is there. So that participation was not done by great politicians, but by 3 simple women, and they just organized the movement, and they put the pressure on the local bodies. And now you can find that the water coming from the sewage is clean and as clean as drinking water when it is released in the Bay Area or in ocean. So this is the truth, that the science is there, technology is there, but where to use technology or not, so that is important. Through in democratic setup, this is important by making the mindset of the people at large, and this is done by these 3 women, and that's why you can find the results of that movement. Similarly, there are so many movements regarding environment, conservation of environment, and those movements are, Greenpeace is one of those, and I think it is the leading one, and that was started in 70s, and one of the oldest one, and now it is operating internationally, globally, and some people criticize it as the terrorist organization. Some people criticize it as so it is not against India. It is not defaming India or defaming United States of America. It is just putting some truth. For example, you can find that there is one simple thing, that NIMBY, Nimby Syndrome. Nimby Syndrome is not in my backyard. So this is normal mindset. कचरा माझ्या अंगणात नको, मेरे आंगन में नहीं चाहिए. So similarly, those rich countries are producing lot of waste, and that waste is thrown to the poor countries, because poor countries are buying that waste. Just like we buy TVs, we buy this computer, and all these things are thrown, they are not the up-to-date technology. That technology which is discarded there in rich countries is immediately welcomed in our society. Okay, that is good about technology or education, whatever it may be. But the waste material is accepted, and that's why we call it as there is a Nimby syndrome and there is a Wimby syndrome. Nimby syndrome is with rich countries, rich people, and Wimby syndrome is welcome in my backyard. It is as good as the giving one, you can say that the refrigerator to the poor woman, one who is housekeeping, who is engaged in housekeeping. So she is given that particular for 1,000 rupees or 500 rupees or free of charge. And that's why you can find that there are TVs and refrigerators in the slum areas. Don't think that they are poor people. Yes, they are poor people, but see, all such things are there because it is just they have accepted the waste from the rich persons. Similarly, we accept the waste material in the form of you can say the vessels, big vessels, which are defunct. So we just borrow all these things in a throwaway prices, and we just recover the steel and all these things from that particular machinery. So this is known as Nimby Syndrome. Why we welcome it? Because we want steel in cheap rate. So this is something like a commerce. So can we go such kind of trade? So this is my question. And do you have any answer in your own discipline to restrict that trade? Another example I will tell you, that the people say there are so many research, PhD thesis in your university and other in the various universities in India, from economics, from geography, that what is the impact of irrigation in India. So irrigation in Kolhapur district, impact of irrigation in Satara district or some tehsils. So what happened? The irrigation is made available from the public resources. Do you know that this is taxpayers' money, right? So this is public resource, and that public resource has been diverted to rich peasantries to grow sugarcane, right? Sugar factories are there. Political impact is also there, and political processes in rural areas are just focused on the sugar factory, board of directors, chairman of sugar factories, and all these things. So this has, you can say that once upon a time we used to say that, oh, there are 25 cooperative sugar factories in Maharashtra, then 30, then we were telling proud that, oh, 75. Now there are hundreds of sugar factories, and there is no cooperation but privatization. So this process, what is this process? This process is nothing but utilization of public resources for the purpose of rich peasantries, which are supporting the privatization indirectly and directly. And this commerce students, economic students should understand this conspiracy. And this is, I think, the recent trend showing the environmental concern. And I'm not against sugarcane. Why I should worry about the political leaders who become chief ministers from this sugar lobby? I don't have any grudge against them. But they insist to export sugar. Exporting sugar is again environmental concern, shows that the export of sugar means exporting water resource to the rich countries with throwaway price. We purchase bottled water for 10 rupees per liter or 15 rupees per liter or 5 rupees per liter in ATM in Kolhapur. I have seen that. That is also a good thing to reduce the use of plastic bottles. So that RO water is 5 rupees per liter. But we are selling that water for less than 0.1 paisa per liter to California, to the London people in the form of sugar. So this is not just the trade. This is not just making the country rich. It is making rich to certain people, certain section of society, very microscopic section of society. But that water, which is made available for all of us, so we are deprived of such using the drinking water. Safe drinking water is not available in the rivers around Kolhapur, Satara, Pune, and that's why this is mainly the problem of the people of India. So that's why I posed the question that how it is a landmark in the recent trends. So if you try to study all such things in this direction, this would be a recent trend, and globally you will be recognized. So there are global issues, well-felt global issues of environment, and that should be understood by the students of sociology, political science, or the economics, or geography. So all the social sciences should study these global issues of environment, and then only they can think and they can give solutions, sociological solutions, how participatory solutions can be developed, what policies can be developed. So all these things require the interdisciplinary approach, and these well-felt global issues are essential to be addressed by all the disciplines, and then only it can be we can be in position to have. Actually, environment concern is mainly for making people happy, reducing the disparity. Why Mahatma Gandhi was not known as environmentalist, but he was advocating the policies which are nearer to the environment man, positive relationship between nature and man. And this is mainly because he was against the high consumerism. That's why he used to tell Britishers that we are not against the British people, we are against your corporate culture, which culture is based on high consumerism, which is based on wars. So that's why you are killing the resources. So it is more important that we should behave. We should follow one simple ethical principle, and that principle is intergeneration equity. Equity amongst the people is good principle, no doubt about that. It is good ethical principle, human principle. Another human principle is intergeneration equity, means what I am enjoying, what are the resources that I am using, and my life is becoming more and more comfortable. Same set of resources should be kept aside for future generations. This is intergeneration equity. And with these principles in mind, I can give you what are the examples that you can address by different disciplines. So my attempt will be to make the subject, make this concept more and more simple by taking the examples from your own discipline like history, geography, economics, political science, sociology, and so on. So we'll go one by one. So first thing is that all these environmental issues are not addressed in the laboratories. Laboratories give us the solution. For example, if you are selling the cucumber to the London market, or the grapes, table grapes to London market, they will just find out what is the moisture, and everything is So that technology is, we study it in environment science department. But I think that there should be a department of environmental studies. So don't think that, oh, I don't know what is the chromatography works, or what is the chemical solutions, how to test the this air pollution and all this. Don't worry about that. That can be done in scientific laboratories, and science people are there. Social sciences should try to find out the studies in environmental science. For example, the three major global issues are there. Number one is climate change. And science people have told us what is the climate, why climate is changing, why global warming is there, because of emission of greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases are emitted mainly from the fossil fuel, burning of fossil fuel for electricity generation, for this generation. Then the corporate solution is that, no, here comes, I require your wisdom from the social sciences, that this, if I'm a student of science, purely a student of science, then naturally I will say that, oh, that is very easy. The carbon dioxide can be trapped and that can be used to make the soda water. So it's so easy. There is a technology. Or you can just change the use of fossil fuel. Fossil fuel means oil, matti ka tel. So this change, switch over from using switch oil to the some hydrogen technology, or something like the technology which is lithium batteries and battery vehicle and all these things. I also use battery vehicles. But my dear friends, it requires sociological and political knowledge to know that lithium comes from Nigeria, and one of my academician, the friend is there from Nigeria. You have invited. You ask him, what is the agonies of laborers there in Nigeria and other countries from where lithium is coming. Similarly, one collector coming from the Adivasi sector, so she told that I will never use the cosmetics, because cosmetics includes some, you can say that the abraka sarka khanij. So that is mined in my area, and I have seen that the longevity there is not more than 40 years. The people die and they don't know why they are dying. So there is no school, nothing. So is it not a sociological problem? Is it not the problem that should be studied by the sociology students? It is not the case, such case studies should be given to the sociology students. I think that this is the recent trend in showing the environmental concern. Environmental concern is not per se. It is the concern for society. It is concern for humanity. It is concern for human values. So now we'll take the example from history. History is generally written of history of kingdom. That king came, that emperor, then the small kingdom. So our Shivaji Raje is known for having this big kingdom, or Peshwas. I think that we should try to write the people's history of the region. The people's history of America. This book is, I have come across this book, and that's why I would like to share some thinking from that book. So in that book, they have said that we praise Columbus, who has entered in America and established, or in some Australia, white people have developed Australia like anything. But what they have done to the local people, and local people are painted. So their history is we are, wrong history is told to us that the Red Indians are, they are cruel, they used to kill the person, white persons. No, they welcomed all these people, white people. And when that white people just offered a sword to the leader of native person, then native Indians, Red Indians, then he picked up with its edge, not with the handle. So that's why he was just, the blood was coming from his palm. Because this shows that he was not knowing, or total community was not knowing the sword. Don't you think, sociology students, that is it not a good thing that there is no sword in the community? Is it not a pleasant thing? Is it not a good thing? So in Pune, yesterday only, one inauguration was done. And on the, what is that, the divider of the road, main road of Karve Road, there are some people who are like this, with talwar in hand and sword in hand, and such the statues are just after 100 feet, such statues are kept on this. I think that these are better than a person with sword. And we always praise Shivaji Maharaj as great Ladavaiya, huh? But no, important thing is that what is the importance of Shivaji's history? So Shivaji Maharaj has, I think if I'm wrong, Prakash Patil will correct me, he has introduced land record system. And he has given the land record. Before that, this land record was there in the hands of the village leaders, and village leaders used to collect the tax, and they used to give it to Maharaj as Nazrana. And every time they would just keep 70–80% with them and 20% as Nazrana. So just to buy mercy of Raja. So this was foolish idea. And what Shivaji Maharaj has, so he has prepared land record. He has measured the land owned by the people. So in this way, he has reached out to the farmers. And what type of crop should be taken? What is the need of our state, our community? So he has studied it. And what is the importance of jungle around in Western Ghat? He has written in his Bakris and all these things. So history should teach us all such important aspects of rules, rule of Shivaji Maharaj, not just the history of the war and the. So immediately the young minds are affected that war is important than disparity. So war is great than environment. War is great than my mother, my son, my. So this is not a good thing. This is not a good. So we should change this trend and try to write the people's history in various events. What is the impact on people? Geography can be included in social sciences as well as in science faculty. In your university, in my university, it is in science faculty, but in my university in US, it is in social sciences faculty. Okay, but anyway, there are social sciences, social disciplines which geography can adopt. So this, at least geography is a science of understanding of resources and utilization of resources. So my dear friends, why we should not do the studies in how resources are transformed from nature to usable form. This is one thing. And how resources are taken from one place and exported to the other place. Then you will be in position to understand why urban people, this kind of for example, the dairy industry, Operation White Flood, Operation Green Revolution. So this green revolution, is it green in real sense of the term? It is based on urea, sufala. It is based on pesticide, because that was the need of American lobby to sell all such goods to Indian farmers, because Indian farmers form a great market. At the same time, when Swaminathan was studying science, so that's why the awareness of science and technology should be there amongst the sociology students, amongst geography students. Then you can know that there were scientists in under ICAR in Karnal University and many such Punjab Rao Krishi University. So agricultural universities in India who were working hard in 70s to answer the major question of the food security. And that's why how productivity of wheat, jawar, then rice, etc., can be improved, even nasni worry. And they were trying to select the seeds. They were trying to establish its system, and they have found that. I remember the name of Singh, not complete name, but Singh was the scientist contemporary with Swaminathan, that he has developed, he and his team has developed, I think, more than 500 varieties of wheat, which requires less water and which are drought resistant and which require no pesticides. And that's why the corporate body or capitalist lobby, I call it as, I don't know whether Prakash Prawar will agree this or not, I call it as predators economy, predators capitalism, not crony capitalism. Killing the others and getting our sustaining ourselves. For sustaining certain industries, they want to sell pesticides. And if indigenous variety of seeds would have been promoted in Green Revolution, then pesticides were not required at that time. But that Public Law 480 was passed in American Congress, and that's why we need not pay dollars to buy pesticides, pay dollars to buy wheat or wheat seeds. So that PL 480 fund was there with Reserve Bank of India. So all these things were there, and the Swaminathan was promoted as a scientist of corporate bodies in Western culture. So there are many scientists. I am also a scientist. Don't think that, I'm not advocating. My friend, there are so many friends of mine who are real scientists, and I am also a scientist, but I don't advocate the corporate bodies concept. So that's why how resources are, the flow of resources from local to global, local to the other rich countries, means the dairy Operation White Flood is nothing but the transfer of resources in rural India to the good people like me in urban sector. We get milk throughout the day, 24/7. And if you want to take the tea with milk in rural areas, you can find that there are so many cows in his backyard, but there is no milk, because in a compulsive situation, he has to sell each and every drop of milk to the dairy in his village. And that's why no milk is remained to feed his son or daughter or the grandson. So this aspect is important, that the resources are transferred from this region to the other region, and for whom they are benefiting. So for which class is getting the benefits of utilization of resources. Then the coming to the economics, globalization, impact of globalization is a quite a great world, and people say that but I think that globalization, you should try to, as a recent trend, you should try to find out that ways and means to prove that globalization is just globalization of the rich people, globalization of corporates, multinationals. So this is just giving red carpet treatment to the multinational companies like Cargill, but it is not. So let me share with you. So all these the three laws, black laws, as the farmers are saying, they are framed by these corporates who are interested in globalization. So it is not just the baby of present government. It is the brainchild of corporates. Don't just say that this government is very bad or this party is bad. It is the encroachment of corporate, and this government is allowing them. It is not revolting against them. I don't know why. So it loses its people's roots in the people. So this how this corporate globalization and globalization of market economy can be overthrown by globalization of the poor people, the needs of people, humanity, the globalization of humanity. So Greta Thunberg. So it is the part of globalization of, but she's called as anti-national, right? So see this kind of media is playing with us. So they say Greta Thunberg, what she says is anti-national. What Greenpeace says is anti-national. And what you are doing is not anti-national. Is it not anti-people of India? Almost 60% of the people will be crushed because of these three laws. But in a globalized world, globalization of corporates, globalization of capitalist forces, so the media is with them. And now I will just tell you how media plays the important role. Now, in Indian media or in American media is always criticizing Putin every day, right? Today. Have you heard how Bush was criticized in the media? No, not at all. Only Saddam Hussein, how he is cruel, everything, such stories were told. But not Bush, how Bush is cruel. Why Bush government, why American government has taken this? One old person, just I was walking in the streets of New York, and one old person, I made friendship with him, and he told me that and if at that time TV would not have been played mischief, we would not have supported the Iraq war. Iraq war has just ruined us. So similarly, the Iraq war and Ukraine war, both of them are just the wars to safeguard the interest of capitalist forces. There is no nationalism, there is no humanity, there is no some kind of ego and all these things. So this is the another thing is that the capitalist forces, there are technologies are also developed, and people every time when these capitalist people speak out, every minute they think about technological solution. Once I will share one experience. So the in Google, they were saying that how you think that this technology, driverless car and everything, and then parking lots can be, there won't be any necessary for the parking lots. Parking lots can be converted into big gardens, oxygen gardens, and all these things. And he was painting the great picture. And I said that oh, yes, sir, I know one driverless car, one who is having less environmental impact. And that car I know, and I travel with that car in America every time, almost every day. He said the Google office is that Google is situated in California, and in that area, one train is there that is known as Caltrain, private train. So he asked me that, what is that car? He thought that some Indian person is using such cars, means they must be having some technology, right? So I said that, oh, every day I travel through this Caltrain just behind this Google office. So that is driverless for me. That is also cheaper for me. That is having less impact on environment. So this means the public transport is important. That is the thing, that this economy. But economists, please don't think that the business will be reduced. There are opportunities when you adopt the principles of environmental economics. Principles of environmental economics, in nutshell, in brief, I can just tell you that it is simple principle that what are the resources that you use and what are the resources that you put back in the nature. That is important. So it is as good as mathematical equations, and there are so many models. It is open-ended problem globally, and that's why the economist should try to develop this environmental economics and carry out the research in this direction. I think that this can be addition as the recent trend. Another thing is that you should study why some technologies are not in force, not in practice. This is mainly because of some people have invested some money in diesel engines, and their locked-in period is 40 years. So unless and until 40 years are completed, they will not adopt for the another. So this kind of decision making against the environmental technology, so this you should search and find it out and make it public. So this is also a recent trend in the studies in economics. Now coming to, so another thing is that the political science. So political science, I think that the political economy is important. This is between economy and economics and politics. So political economy means what are the policies? What is the polity which it desires to design the economic structure in a country or in a region? So this political economy is generally decided by the local leaders, means the representatives of in democratic setup. I'm not telling about China and Russia, where democracy is not there, but in India it should be. But this is not done because, again, electioneering has become important aspect of the democracy, and that election requires a lot of money. And that's why a person like Praveen Saptarshi or Prakash Pawar cannot be elected by any means. So because we don't have at least 10 to 20 crores of rupees, right? So that's why, and that is, I may have, but I have some other plans. Those who have got 10 to 20 crores of rupees just to waste, just to throw away, means, of course, it ought to be number two, money, then and then only I have possibility of getting elected and becoming the member of parliament or member of Rajya Sabha. So, ladies and gentlemen, so this has made the democracy, this has, you can say, modified the democracy to make the political economy, which is customized for the capitalist forces. So the present day political economy in our country is just to make suitable for the capitalist forces and big industries and multinational industries. This we have to change. And that's why how to change it in democratic setup. Electioneering is out of question. Then what kind of movements can be launched? The political science students can teach us. They can definitely do some brainstorming and they should guide us in this. So this is the, I think that there are, then sociology. Sociology, I will just finish sociology in 2 minutes. The social responsibility is always said that the social, again, corporate CSR, and CSR is studied by many people as the fundraising campaign. There are some agents, they say that we have got a lot of money, funds, but 10% cut, if you are going to give me 10% cut, I will bring those CSR funds to your college, to your society. So there are some people. So, but I think that this is social responsibility, means making the students as a responsible citizens. This is the vision of education. This should be vision of education, at least in rural India. And that's why how to create such citizens. So here comes the unless and until the what is meant by social responsibility, it is taught to the students, and that's why such subject should be there. Don't say environment per se environment. So it should be in the interest of social responsibility. So environmental concern is in the form of the so my dear friends, there is what is meant by environmental concern. I have just tried in brief to give some examples in various disciplines, but I think that at the end I would say that what is the why we should use this word environmental concern. What is meant by environmental concern? So it has twofold questions are important in society. One is who is responsible for environmental degradation? So finally, all these disciplines should try to find out who are the culprits of environmental degradation, who are the culprits of climate change, who are the culprits of biodiversity depletion, who are the culprits of ozone layer depletion, right? So these three global issues. And then you can find that the culprits are the rich people in rich countries. And that's why it is very important that there is no technological solution to find out the some model which can reduce environmental degradation. This may be good for capitalist society, but it is not good to bridge the gap between the deprived people and the people who are enjoying the resources. So those who are enjoying the most benefits of resource utilization, they are the culprits. These are 15% in India and some 60-70% people in United States of America. So, or in Europe, not even 100% in Europe. So this means that going the and this second question is, who are the sufferers of environmental degradation? So sufferers are all these, I think almost 80% plus people from poor countries, SAARC countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Burma, or even the Sri Lanka and all these countries, and some 20-30% from the rich countries. Overall, you can find that the more than 70% people are the sufferers and 30% people are the, so one of the sociologists has found out that the culprits of environmental degradation are few countries called as JUSCAN, JUSCAN, means J stands for Japan, US, United States of America, JUSCAN, Canada, Australia, and this New Zealand, Japan. So all the such few countries are responsible for more than 70% emission of global greenhouse gases. So this is the people may have, so this kind of studies should be carried out by sociology students, and they should find out who are the culprits of some environmental degradation in our village. Why our rivers are polluted, why groundwater is polluted, why well water, which was meant for drinking purpose, why well water level has gone down. So this is all these questions can be addressed by the sociological studies, and we should finally, all these disciplines should come together and develop a model. Model development can be carried out to answer how to internalize environmental externalities, how to manage conflict between nations, religions, and some cultures. So this is important. We should try to develop some models which are focusing on such questions. I will just show that the environmental degradation is not my, I'm not responsible for that. One villager can definitely say that I'm not responsible for climate change. Yes, I agree, 100% agree. But it is impacting on you. It is influencing on you. So all disciplines of liberal sciences should come together and find out how to save that poor person, one who is impacted most. And for this, there is one simple thing, that how to internalize, this is management study, internalize the externalities, environmental externalities. So how my Gram Panchayat or Gram Sabha can be able to internalize the environmental externalities. So we should develop such model. And another line of thinking is the conflict management, the conflict between village to village, conflict between two religions, conflict between the amongst the people within the village who are coming from different culture. So how to resolve such conflicts? I think that the Gandhian idea of conflict resolution is simple, that don't be greedy, number one. Don't be having have some tolerance. Don't think that the others are bad and I am the great one. Don't have that particular. Be humble. That particular ego, you should come out of such egos, and that's why Gandhi is a long-tested person, not in India, not in villages of India, but also all over the globe, and that's why we should follow him for conflict management and internalization of environment. With these words, I again say big thanks to all the organizers and those who have shown the patient listening. At least 80 people are there still. Okay, thank you very much.
Very much, sir. Honorable Secretary, sir, for your thought-provoking and enlightening speech. And one more thing I would like to add here. Honorable Dr. M.B. Sheikh, sir, Chairman CD, wants to clarify on the issue of merging the colleges in the form of university over here. May I request Dr. M.B. Sheikh, sir, to intrude in the changing the protocol, and we would like to clarify something.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, थोडंसं आपण मगाशी म्हटला तर I just wanted to tell you, आम्ही रयतमध्ये एक क्लस्टर विद्यापीठ आम्हाला मिळालेलं आहे रयतला. आणि त्या क्लस्टर विद्यापीठामध्ये आमचे 3 ऑटोनॉमस कॉलेज आम्ही इथून डिएफिलिएशन विद्यापीठाशी करून आम्ही आमचं स्वतःचं विद्यापीठ तयार केले आणि अण्णांची ड्रीम होती की स्वतःचं विद्यापीठ पाहिजे ते. असं तो
मला काय वाटलं तुम्ही कुठल्या तरी बाहेरच्या विद्यापीठाची करताय, आपलं करताय. व्हेरी गुड.
आणि सर दुसरा मुद्दा असा होता माझा, म्हणजे वैयक्तिक मुद्दा असा, आय मे बी रॉंग ऑल्सो, तुम्ही सगळे अकॅडमी मधली माणसं आहात. आता आपण जर या गव्हर्नमेंट कॉलेज
असं काय करता, तुम्हाला तुम्ही पण अकॅडमिक्स मधलेच
सर. तर सर माझा म्हणण्याचा उद्देश असा होता की आपण जर बँकेचा बिझनेस पाहिला सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटकडनं तर एक काळ आपण नॅशनलाइज केले, आता हे प्रायव्हेटायझेशन करताय बघा आणि मर्जिंग करताय. म्हणजे युनियन बँकेमध्ये काही मर्ज केलाय, बँकेवर काही मर्ज केलाय. आणि मला भीती अशी वाटते की ह्या युनिव्हर्सिटीमध्ये आता जर आपण पाहिलं जे सी नॅक न दिलेलं आहे त्यांना बंद करा म्हणून सांगताय, जे B+ आहेत त्यांना इम्प्रूव्ह करा म्हणतात बघा, आणि जे BA++ आहेत त्यांना म्हणतात तुम्ही ऑटोनॉमस व्हा. आणि आता म्हणतात तुम्हाला आम्ही ग्रँट देतो, पगार द्या, विच इज द मोस्ट एक्सपेन्सिव्ह. आणि पुढे म्हणणार की तुम्ही सेल्फ फायनान्स मध्ये जा. आणि पुन्हा विद्यापीठाला म्हणणार की 10 वर्षापूर्वी तुमच्याकडे 400 कॉलेज किंवा 200 कॉलेज किंवा 100 कॉलेज होते, आज तुमचे कॉलेज 50 झाले आहेत. तेव्हा तुम्ही लहान झालात, कुठल्या तरी विद्यापीठात तुम्ही मर्ज व्हा म्हणणार. आणि आता जे 300-400 ऑड विद्यापीठ आहेत ते मला अशी भीती आहे की 50-50 विद्यापीठाला ते येणार, असं मला म्हणायचं होतं ते. म्हणून आपल्याला
डेंजरस आहे. इट शुड बी डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड.
असं मला
तुम्हाला माहिती आहे का, सध्याच्या गव्हर्नमेंटचा आत्मनिर्भरता म्हणजे काय, तुमचं तुम्ही बघा, आम्ही काही बघणार नाही.
आणि मध्ये मी एक अशी फेज ऐकली, वाचली की कॉस्ट ऑफ हायर एज्युकेशन टू बी बोर्न बाय बेनिफिशरी. दिस इज थिंग नाव. म्हणजे कॉस्ट ऑफ हायर एज्युकेशन टू बी बोर्न बाय बेनिफिशरी, म्हणजे विद्यार्थ्यांनी फी द्यावी हायर एज्युकेशनची, आम्ही यात नाही भाग घेणार. आम्ही जे राईट टू एज्युकेशन जो आहे तो आम्ही प्राथमिक पर्यंत देणार, 10वी पर्यंत देणार मॅक्सिमम. हायर एज्युकेशन तुमचं तुम्ही बघा जा. म्हणजे असं काहीतरी व्हायला लागले ते. म्हणून मी थोडं सांगितलं की आपल्याला तयार व्हायला, दिस इज आय वॉन्ट टू टेल यू. म्हणजे असं माझा होतं,
म्हणजे अमेरिकन मॉडेल आणतात. सर आपण तुमच्या लिडरशिप खाली आपण त्याला विरोध करूयात. मी आहे तुमच्या.
थँक्यू व्हेरी मच सर.
थँक्यू सर. बरं झालं, क्लॅरिफिकेशन झालं ते बरं झालं.
येस सर. म्हणून म्हणलं जाताना तुम्हाला सर्व असा मेसेज जाऊन आमचा काहीतरी अण्णांच्या विचाराचे विरोध काहीतरी नाही. आम्ही अण्णांचे विचार या 100 वर्षामध्ये आहेत तसे आम्ही एनडी साहेबांनी जे काही आम्हाला धडा घालून दिलेला आहे, रस्ता दिलेला आहे, वी कॅनॉट चेंज दॅट.
करेक्ट. व्हेरी गुड.
येस सर. येस. थँक्यू सर.
थँक्यू.
थँक्यू सर.
We'll continue with the conference.
Yes.
Praveen Sapit for your inspiring lecture. So we have precisely talked about the environmental sustainability and the latest technological developments in the waste management sector, and also you explained how different countries adopt their strategies for rectifying these issues. And you also mentioned regarding the environmental resource management. Thank you, sir, for the inspiring lecture. So next, I humbly request the chairperson of this conference, Dr. Prakash Pawar, Vice Principal, Ferguson College, Pune, to deliver the speech. Welcome, sir.
Hello, may I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Very good afternoon. Today's international conference chief guest, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. D.S. Patil sir, who present a good keynote, Dr. Yeshwanth Thora sir, Sheikh sir, and recently who give a very interesting and presentation, my friend Praveen Saptarshi, and Principal R.S. Dubal sir and his team and coordinator, research scholar, professor, and dear friends. I'm very happy to speak two reasons. I'm a member of Rayat Shikshan Samstha. My school teacher learning did in a New English School, Vadgaon Mawar, and my uncle Sudhamrao Pawar, who is a pillar of this organization. So very happy to present, very happy to chair this session. Recently, fortnight ago, we celebrate Marathi Bhasha Din, and even day before yesterday's Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar give 100 crore rupees to Marathi language, and we send near about 1,20,000 post letter to President of India to give the status of Marathi Bhasha. So I prefer to speak in Marathi, and it is very useful to understand everybody. I know that when we organize any international conference, we have compulsion to speak in foreign language, English language, but it is not true. If you go to a United Nations function, you will realize, or if you go to even Parliament of a day-to-day function, you understand they use the various language here in India. So I take an opportunity to speak in Marathi, and I just present some points of it. मला खूप आनंद वाटतो की या सेशनला शेख सर आहेत आणि सप्तर्षी सर आहेत. सप्तर्षी सर हे ऑर्गॅनिक इंटेलेक्च्युअल आहे. मी फार त्यांना जवळून पाहिलेले, गेले 20-1 वर्षापासूनची आमची मैत्री आहे, माझ्या विद्यार्थी दशेपासून आहे. विचार करायचा पण तो जमिनीवर वरचा विचार करायचा, किंवा जे काही आपण बघतोय ते जमिनीवर काय करता येईल याच्याबद्दलची ती त्यांची तळमळ आहे. म्हणून संबंध 1 तासभरातलं त्यांचं जर तुम्ही विवेचन पाहिलं, त्यांनी जी उदाहरणं दिलेली आहेत ती सगळी जमिनीवरची आहेत. किंवा आता शेख सर आणि त्यांच्यामधला जो 2 मिनिटाचा जो संवाद झाला तो सगळ्या जमिनीवरचा आहे. त्यामुळं या झालं ते त्यांनी प्रेझेंट केलं. तुम्ही फार चांगला माणसा याला बोलवलात, रिसोर्स पर्सन, कारण जागृती हा असा विषय आहे, तो ह्युमॅनिटीज मध्ये पण आहे, तो सायन्स मध्ये पण आहे, तो कॉमर्स मध्ये आहे, आणि जागृती समजल्याशिवाय काहीच कळत नाही काय. त्यामुळं सर्व विषयाचा आवाका ज्याच्यामध्ये सामावला गेला. खरं म्हणजे सप्तर्षी सर खूप अवघड होतं की 1 तासाभरामध्ये या सगळ्याचा आढावा घेणं आणि मांडणं, पण तुम्ही खूप ताकदीने मांडलं. मला 2-3 मुद्दे मांडायचे आणि जे खूप महत्वाचे, ज्या मुद्द्यांमध्ये कदाचित शेख सरांना जो प्रश्न पडलाय, तुम्हाला जो प्रश्न पडलाय आणि बाकीच्यांना जे पडले त्याचं उत्तर सापडण्याची शक्यता आहे. आपण आता युगांतराच्या अवस्थेत आहोत, नीट समजून घ्या. युगांतराच्या अवस्थेत आहोत. एक युग संपला आणि एक नवं युग आलेलं आहे. 1990 पर्यंत जगाचं एक युग होतं. ते दुसऱ्या महायुद्धानंतर निर्माण झालेलं एक मूल्यांसाठी संघर्ष करणारं एक म्हणजे तिसरं जग वगैरे वगैरे असं एक जग, अशा एका युगात आपण होतो. आणि 1990च्या नंतर आपण दुसऱ्या युगात पाऊल टाकलेलं आहे, की जे जागतिकीकरण आणि ह्या मधल्या अवस्थेत आपण आहोत. त्यामुळं नेमकं काय करायचंय हे कळतच नाही. बरं ठीक आहे, सामान्य माणसाला कळत नाही, पण शासनकर्त्या वर्गालाही कळत नाही. आणि त्यामुळे आता सगळ्या क्षेत्रामध्ये क्रायसिस निर्माण झालेला आहे. हा क्रायसिस किती काळ चालेल हे मला सांगता येत नाही, पण ही वस्तुस्थिती आहे, हा क्रायसिस आहे. आणि या क्रायसिसला भिडण्याची जी एक जबाबदारी होती इथल्या इंटेलेक्च्युअल क्लासची, इथल्या रुलिंग क्लासची, इथल्या ऑर्गॅनिक इंटेलेक्च्युअलची, ते भिडलेले दिसत नाही. आणि त्यामुळे हे सगळे प्रश्न निर्माण झाले. त्यामुळं तुम्ही आता पाहिलं असेल की अनेक विद्यापीठांमध्ये, अनेक संस्थांमध्ये अनेक पद रिकामी आहेत, पण ते भरतच नाही. त्याचं कारण असं आहे की बदलत्या युगामध्ये या पदांना अर्थ आहे का, असा शासनकर्त्याच्या समोर प्रश्न आहे. आणि म्हणून आपल्या विद्यापीठामध्ये जवळपास 100 प्राध्यापकांच्या जागा रिकाम्या नाही भरल्या, भरणार पण नाही, कारण आता आपण अशा अवस्थेमध्ये, आणि हे आपण समजून घेतलं पाहिजे. त्यामुळं बदलत्या युगामध्ये तुमचं सामाजिक शास्त्र, तुमचं नैसर्गिक शास्त्र कसं पुढे जाईल आणि त्यातले प्रभाव अचूकपणे हेरणं हे खूप काळाचं काम आहे. त्यामुळं मी ऑर्गनायझरांना धन्यवाद देतो की तुम्ही अचूक बोट ठेवलेले आहे. आज सगळ्याच या सेशनमध्ये आपल्याला उत्तर सापडणार नाही, पण ही चर्चा सुरूच आहे. आता हे करत असताना या बदलत्या युगानं काय पुढे वाढून ठेवलेलं आहे? एक म्हणजे तंत्रज्ञानाचा इतका भडीमार झालाय की त्या तंत्रज्ञानाच्या पुढं आत्ताच्या आपण व्हॅल्यू मानत होतो त्या साईड ट्रॅक व्हायला लागल्या. पण प्रश्न असा आहे की त्या व्हॅल्यू साईड ट्रॅक झाल्या होऊ शकतात का? म्हणजे इक्वॅलिटी साईड ट्रॅक होऊ शकेल का? फ्रीडम साईड ट्रॅक होऊ शकेल का? जस्टिस साईड ट्रॅक होऊ शकेल का? एक्सप्लॉयटेशन साईड ट्रॅक होऊ शकेल का? नाही होऊ शकणार. पण वस्तुस्थिती आहे की या सगळ्या तंत्रज्ञानानं त्यांच्या पुढे मोठं आव्हान निर्माण झालं, आणि ते नुसतं आव्हान निर्माण केलेलं आहे तर त्यांच्या बाजूने लिहिणारे लोक असं सांगतात एंड ऑफ आयडियोलॉजी. हाऊ इट इज पॉसिबल? एंड ऑफ हिस्ट्री, हाऊ इट इज पॉसिबल? ट्रेंड बदलतील. काल आम्ही जमीनदारांचा इतिहास सांगत होतो, राजांचा इतिहास सांगत होतो, आज आम्हाला काल आम्ही हिस्ट्री म्हणजे ही स्टोरी म्हणत होतो, आता आम्ही असं म्हणू नो हिस्ट्री, हिज अँड हर स्टोरी. हे काळाप्रमाणे हे बदलणारे आपल्याला दिसून येतं. त्यामुळे हा तंत्रज्ञानाचा एक मोठा भडीमार हा आपल्या मध्ये आलेला आहे. दुसरी गोष्ट की सगळ्या गोष्टीकडे आपण आता मार्केट ओरिएंटेड बघतोय, आणि जेव्हा तुम्ही मार्केट ओरिएंटेड जेव्हा बघता तेव्हा फक्त नफ्याचीच प्रेरणा राहते. आणि तो जर मुद्दा आपण विचारात घेऊन पाहिला आणि तो मुद्दा घेऊन मग सोशल सायन्स बघायचं, हिस्ट्री बघायचं, पॉलिटिकल बघायचं, इकॉनॉमी बघायचं. आणि आता तुमच्या लक्षात आलं असेल की शासनकर्ता वर्ग तो फक्त त्याचा विचार करून सगळ्या सामाजिक शास्त्राकडे विचार करतो, आणि म्हणून मग लिबरल आर्ट्स येणं, काही ठिकाणी ते फेल्युअर जाणं, हे सगळं आपण पाहतो. पण हे जे सगळे मुद्दे जे आहेत, हे मुद्द्यांमध्ये त्याच्यामध्ये या नव्या सगळ्या ट्रेंडमध्ये एक 2-3 मुद्दे खूप पुढं महत्वाचे आलेले आहेत, आणि त्याला आपल्याला दूर करून चालता येणार नाही. एक म्हणजे मल्टीकल्चरलिझम मोठ्या प्रमाणात आहे. मिश्र संस्कृती जी आहे त्या याच्यामध्ये आलेली. कारण आता जर तुम्ही वैश्विक जगात असाल तर तुम्हाला मिश्र कल्चर हे ऍक्सेप्ट करावं लागतं, आणि त्याचा आहे मग तो परत संघर्ष होतो. आणि मग देशीवाद आणि वेगवेगळे सगळे जे साहित्यातले जे आता आपण वाद पाहतो किंवा आता हे बरं, ह्या सगळ्या बदलत्या परिस्थितीवर तुम्हाला ताबा ठेवायचा आहे. आणि मग तो ताबा ठेवायचा कसा काय? आणि मग हा ताबा ठेवताना एका बाजूला फॅसिस्ट आयडियोलॉजी पण पुढे येते, तिला रिॲक्ट होणारी पण काउंटर स्ट्रॅटेजी डेव्हलप न झालेली सुद्धा आपल्याला विचार सगळे आपल्याला दिसून येतात. सगळ्यात या सगळ्या याच्यामध्ये मार्केट ओरिएंटेड सगळं बनले असल्यामुळं मग शिक्षणाचं खाजगीकरण होतंय, मग प्रायव्हेट युनिव्हर्सिटी निर्माण होत आहेत. आता जसं म्हणाला की तुमचीच जबाबदारी अशी जी परिस्थिती निर्माण झालेली ही आपल्याला या सगळ्या याच्यामधून पाहायला भेटतं. त्यामुळं नॉलेजपेक्षा कौशल्य यावर भर आपल्याला दिसून येतो. स्पेसिफिक बेसिक अभ्यास करण्यापेक्षा त्याचा अप्लाइड आणि जॉबशी काय कनेक्टेड आहे अशा पद्धतीचा हा सगळा विचार आपल्याकडे येतोय. मला एक मोठी आशा आहे की या सगळ्या अशा चर्चासत्रांमधून, परिसंवादांमधून आता आपल्याला जे आपल्या विषयांच्या समोर जे क्रायसिस निर्माण झालेले हे क्रायसिस सोडवण्यासाठी काही हातभार लागतो. त्यामुळं हा एक अतिशय सकारात्मक प्रयत्न आपण केलेला, आणि या प्रयत्नाला नक्कीच यश लाभतं अशी आशा करतो. आपण मला खरं म्हणजे जेव्हा मला मॅडमनी फोन केला तेव्हा त्यांनी सांगितलं नाही की ते मला एवढंच म्हणाले की तुम्हाला चेअरपर्सन व्हावं लागेल असं आहे. मी आंधळेपणानं हो म्हणालो, की जेव्हा कार्यक्रम पत्रिका आली आणि त्यामध्ये प्रवीण सप्तर्षींच्या सेशनला चेअर सत्र होणं हे म्हणजे मला फारच अगदी दडपण आल्यासारखी परिस्थिती होती. आणि ते माझे खूप जुने मित्र आहेत. मी रयत शिक्षण संस्थेचा माजी विद्यार्थी आहे, आणि या सगळ्या प्रोसेसमध्ये मी अण्णांचा वारसदार आहे. त्यामुळे या सगळ्या ह्याच्यामध्ये तुम्ही मला बोलण्याची संधी दिली आणि आपण एक अतिशय अभिनव उपक्रम या निमित्तानं सुरू करता त्याबद्दल खूप खूप मला बरं वाटलं. आपण मला संधी दिली त्याबद्दल आणि मला ऐकून घेतलं. मला खरं 10 मिनिटच वेळ असल्यामुळे मी तेवढ्या पुरतच मी थोडंसं नियोजन केलं होतं आणि वेळेच्या बद्दल मी फार पर्टिक्युलर आहे. त्यामुळं आपल्या सगळ्यांचे मी मला ऐकून घेतल्याबद्दल, संधी दिल्याबद्दल मी आपल्या सगळ्यांना धन्यवाद. थँक्यू.
Thank you, Pawar sir, for your enriching speech. Now we are summing up the session, and as part of this, I invite Dr. Nimby Syndrome, Associate Professor, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am here to propose vote of thanks. I am very much thankful to today's resource person, Honorable Dr. Praveen Saptarshi sir, Emeritus Professor, Sustainability Management, Indian Institute of Cost and Management Studies and Research, Pune, for his valuable, intellectual and enlightening speech on the topic environmental approach in social sciences. The concepts of inclusive education, global issues in environment, intergeneration equity, climate change, transformation of resources are really, sir, thought-provoking to us, sir. I am also thankful to today's chairperson, Honorable Dr. Prakash Pawar, sir, Vice Principal, Ferguson College, Pune, for chairing the session and their concluding remarks. I am indebted to our principal, Major Professor Dr. Arya Dubal, sir, for his motivation and guidance for organizing this online conference. I am equally thankful to our Vice Principal and IQAC Coordinator for their cooperation. Thanks are due to the organizing committee and technical support team for their kind support. Last but not the least, I thank all the participants who have joined up from different places for their active and enthusiastic response. And with the permission of the chairperson, I declare that this session is over. Thanks a lot. I hand over the charge to the anchor. Over to Georgian, sir.
Good afternoon to all. We are proceeding towards the next session, session number 3. As we know that commerce is the trial to predict the future. Commerce is the agency by which the power of choice is obtained. We are moving towards next session, commerce and management. First of all, I would like to request Dr. M.R. Rajmane Madam, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, RC Shahu College, Kolhapur, for the introduction and welcome of this session. Dr. Rajmane Madam.
Good afternoon, one and all. I welcome you all in one-day online international interdisciplinary conference on recent advances in social sciences, commerce, and management. This conference specifically aims to synthesize research perspectives and foster interdisciplinary scholarly dialogues to develop integrated approaches to complex global business dynamics and redefine the same in different countries and various disciplines. One of the best parts of these events is it acquaints us with the most recent innovations, trends, as well as practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the fields of industry, commerce, and management. Let's start with a welcome of Honorable Dr. Nitin Prasad Moali. He has completed MBA twice. Firstly in Accounting and HRM with Uttara University, Uttara, Dhaka. And second one is in Finance and HRM from National Institute of Business Management, Chennai. Simultaneously, he has completed MA in English. Recently, he is awarded with PhD in Commerce and Management. He has presented 14 research papers in various national, international conferences and published 9 in ISSN, ISBN journals. He also published 4 books. He has received Merit Award from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. It is quite interesting to hear that he has also received Best Eastern Vocal Solo Singing Award. Now you must have come to know that he is a dynamic personality. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you, sir. There is a Sanskrit word, Ekameva Dvitiya, which means unique, no one is like him. This word is perfectly matches with our second eminent personality, Honorable Professor Dr. A.M. Gurav, sir. We all know him well, but it's my duty to briefly introduce him. He has completed MCOM, MPhil, GDCA, NET, ICWAI, PGDCA, MBA, ADR, PhD, and MSW. He has been awarded DLIT by Washington, D.C. and University of South America, USA. He is professor and former head of Department of Commerce and Management. He was coordinator of Center for Skill and Entrepreneurship Development as well as coordinator of MBA Yeshwanth School of Rural Management and Avishkar Research Promotion Activity of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He was the director of Lifelong Learning and Extension. He is a former dean of Faculty of Commerce and Management. He has done tremendous work in research. His 9 books are published and he is the co-author of 24 books. He is also working in agricultural activities and has made experiments on crops. He has really an intellectual and versatile personality. Welcome, sir. Now over to Murkar, madam. Over to Murkar, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajmani, madam. And now this is time to request our resource person. We are really happy and eager to hear him for his enlightening speech. So this is a request, humble request to Honorable Dr. Litton PM for your lecture, for your speech.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
May I share my screen for the presentation?
Yes, sir, you can.
Please kindly allow me to share the screen. It is disabled by the host.
No, sir. You just try again.
Okay. Just give me a second. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So good afternoon, everyone, and very special greetings and gratitude to everyone from Bangladesh. It is exciting to be with you all this afternoon, and I'm so thankful for this opportunity. I'm expressing my special greetings and gratitude to the principal of RC Shahu College. Thank you so much for offering this opportunity to join you all on this special virtual platform. I would also like to appreciate and express my gratitude to the coordinator of the college and the conference, organizers of this program, a very special conference on recent advances in social sciences and commerce and management. I would also like to express my appreciation and gratitude to the chairman of this session, Professor Dr. A.M. Gurav. You may not know that Professor Dr. A.M. Gurav is my guide. And so it is an honor to share this virtual platform with him. And he has mentored me and guided me wonderfully. And so I am so thankful to him. Thank you so much for honoring me to take a session. And I have been greatly enlightened with wonderful speeches and presentation by Professor Praveen Saptarshi, if I do not mispronounce his title, and then Professor Sheikh. It is really wonderful to listen to you all. Dr. Manjusha Rajmani, madam, thank you so much for your wonderful introduction. I am a product of Shivaji University, and I have spent many years over here. I mean, I spent almost 4 years over there. And so Shivaji University and Kolhapur is my second home. I miss my home actually, and I miss the wonderful people from Kolhapur, my friends and wonderful mentors and teachers. But yes, I'm so thankful for this particular opportunity. It is really very appropriate to have a timely title for an international conference that requires experts from different subject areas and then deliver it. So the title Recent Advances in Social Science and Commerce and Management is really appropriate, and I feel so privileged to be part of this special conference. Now, for my presentation, I would like to take you through our topic that I have chosen for the presentation today is emerging trends and challenges in human resource management. And I'm going to give you a basic overview. And I believe that human resource management is very close to many of us. And I'm sure that whatever I have to present to you will add to your knowledge. Obviously, I believe that many of us here gathered, many experts and eminent personalities, those of you are here today, you have greater insights into the topic. But at the same time, I believe that whatever I have to present to you will give you some value, add some value to the topic. So as I'm introduced, I'm Dr. Liton Prasad Mohli from Bangladesh. Let me give the disclosure of my presentation. It is basically intended for academic purpose only. And the content of this particular presentation have been collected from various sources. And I will obviously cite those sources at the reference section. Now, Albert Hubbard said, one machine can do the work of 50 ordinary men. And we know that at the present world, the world of technology, science and technology, we know that machine can do wonderful things. They can do a lot of work that as human beings we're unable to do. But as he goes forward, he says that, yes, it is true that one machine can do the work of the 50 ordinary men, but no machine can do the work of one extraordinary man. Now, these quotes expounds the importance of human resources at workplace. We have value for money, we have value for other resources, we have value for machines, but oftentimes we fail to have the value for human resources, value for human capital. And I think this is one of the most important things that organizations often fail to recognize, that without human beings, without the giving value to the human resources, it is very difficult to accomplish the goals of an organization. So as we all of us know, human resource management is one of the crucial areas of business management. In terms of organizational management also, you have to manage your people because they are the lifeblood of your organization. They are the one who will take your mission forward. And therefore, it is very important and they play the crucial part. And it can be also called the backbone of an organization, because without the human capital, without the human resources, it is impossible to conduct a business, to run an organization. Even though you might have all the machinery set up, but you have to have an operator to operate it. You have somebody to take care, to monitor. So human resources are basically the backbone of any organization, whether it is a business or non-business, whether it is a profit generating organization or non-profit organization. And we have to accept the fact that the technology has brought huge changes and shifts in various industries, in organizations. And therefore, as the technology has evolved and came into existence, brought huge change and dynamism in organization, the role of HR also have changed. A lot of things have come into existence which people did not think in earlier time, because now you have to cope up with the technology. You have to remodel your organization. You have to remodel the way you work. You have to remodel the structure of your organization in order to cope up with the technology, but at the same time make sure that your human resource are appropriately delegated, appropriately put into the right position at the right place, so that they can serve the basic purpose of the organization. So now, as technology has evolved, we can see that the artificial intelligence has taken, a lot of improvement in artificial intelligence. It has risen. The gig economy has grown, so no more fixed work. It is not only a type of permanent job today. You have people doing freelance work today. You can be at the comfort of your home and do job for other people. There are contract workers, there are permanent workers, there are freelance workers. So a lot of things are coming. So there is an explosion of gig economy today that you can observe. If you open your eyes, you will see a lot of things are happening all around us, and the organization have to work through these challenges, work through this innovation, so that it can achieve its goal. And then there is a greater push for diversity now. You have people from different countries, different nationalities, different religion, different culture coming to work in same organization. And globalization and liberalization has brought things into your doorsteps. You have people coming from different countries and working together. You have to communicate from one nation to another nation. And so there is a great push towards diversity that is taking place today. And then the next greatest change that has come into existence is our present pandemic. Due to pandemic, huge change has taken place in different organizations. People are not going to their workplace. There are a lot of issues. The government has a lot of restriction. You do not have a crowd working together. So you will have to have distances maintained. Social distances has to be maintained. So how the work has to be done, what way it has to be done, it has to be redefined now because of this global pandemic that is paralyzing various organizations. But at the same time, it makes you to redefine your workplace. At the same time, innovative ideas are needed today in order to make sure that you can pass through this difficult situation. So whenever we talk about HR today, transformation is seen in many dimensions. But my presentation is basically is going to look into the recent trends in HR and the challenges, the upcoming challenges, the challenges at the present time. And the basic purpose is to give you an overview, because HRM has comprehensive areas where I may not be able to touch every nook and corner of the subject matter, but I will give you an overall view of what is happening in recent times, what are the challenges that are going on and organizations are facing. So the first thing that I am going to take you through is employee experiences. Now, at one time, we thought that engaging employees at the workplace is one of the important thing. You bring different programs and you organize, employees get together, and then you have sports program. All of these are good. They are needed even today. But today the focus is shifted to employee experience. How employees feels about their workplace, what you do in order to make them feel positive about your workplace. It is very important. Now you cannot just force them ideas. You have to work with them and make sure that your ideas are, you cooperate with them and you don't go into direct conflict with your employees, because the world is open today. So they are not actually limited within your own organization. They can move in different places. So at one time, it was important to engage your employees within your organization, but now the boundary is spread. All the doors are open, windows are open, people can move. So you have to make sure that you focus more on the employees' experiences. You give them a positive experience. You make them feel comfortable in your organization. You create situation where the employees feel they are wanted, they are valued. So this is one of the things that is taking place at the present time. More concentration is now on enhancement of company culture, performance management. So, for example, now you have your worker working for you, they want immediate feedback. You don't wait for the end of the month and you write down 10 pages and come back and give them the feedback. Not like that. You give them immediate feedback. Tell them this is the situation. This is what is expected from you. You know, working with different organizations over many years, I have seen that many organizations do not provide feedback to their workers, and they even do not know what they are expected to do. And it creates a lot of issues. Organizations today, you know, good organizations today are not only waiting for the end of the month feedback. They are thoughtful. They will give immediate feedback. They will have different feedback tools in use. They will have tools to check the productivity of the employees. It's not about the time, you know. So you come at 8 o'clock and go at 5 o'clock. Yeah, a lot of people would do that. But, you know, time is not that important today. Productivity is important. What is the outcome of the time? The time that is invested at workplace, what is the outcome of it? You know, it is important today. Creating a productive office atmosphere is important. You know, you have to create an atmosphere where people can work in a team. You know, you just don't order people, go do this, go do that, instead of, you know, being the boss. You know, bossy attitude do not work today. So there are a lot of change. Employees, you know, they want their administrator to cooperate with them, to give them insights into how the work can be done. So that is another thing that is taking place at the present time. Wellness program, you know, employees earlier days, you know, you didn't think about the stress people go to at the workplace. You did not think the pressure they might have, the blood pressure that has to be, you know, checked in order to check how employees are performing at the work, how they are feeling, their health issues. These were not the case in earlier days. Now, their organizations are coming up with employee wellness applications and apps so that they can immediately check. And I'm going to go forward and tell you, communication has improved. So there are a lot of communication development. I am communicating with you all on virtual platform. It was unbelievable over the past, you know, over the last 5-10 years, you didn't even think about it. So now the advanced communication tool has to be used in organization. And then the next thing, that employees are more career oriented now. You know, you cannot tell them that this is your first and this is your last job. You know, all that you have learned from your school, that is sufficient. Now you work. If you act like that, if organizations act like that, if companies act like that, they'll lose their employees, because employees want their career development. They don't want to stop at one place. They want to have multiple experiences. So this is another trend, the present trend that is seen in HR. Then in terms of analytics, you know, now in earlier days, people thought about back office data. You know, you have everything in the back office, you have files and folders gathered over here. But now it has transferred to people analytics. You know, you don't only look into the files and folders, but you go online, check their social media account, and then you do lot of other tests, and you take a lot of other assessment. And then you do like a research and find out what they're going through, what are the issues they're facing. So it is now people analytics. Analysis is important rather than just having a pile of papers. So that is another thing. There's a lot of analytical software are available, like SAP, ADV, VCR, Cornerstones, Oracle. These are various softwares where you can which you can use and store all the data of the employees, and then you can have an analysis of those data and come up with completely new information which were not available earlier, and find out what is going on with the employees, and what are the things that has to be taken care of, what are the areas that has to be improved, and how you can improve it, what procedure you should take, what are the strategy you should use in order to empower your employees, in order to motivate your employees. So now you use people analytics, you use analytical software instead of just having piles of paper and looking each paper and going through their CVs and resume for hours together, because everything is, you can have a soft copy of their CV and resume, and you can put it into the software and have everything done through the software. So this is another major change that we can see. Learning management system is another new addition to HR, where you have to give opportunities to your employees to learn. You know, everybody is looking for their progress, for their development. So LMS software is today used in many organizations in order to see what kind of training can be given, so that employees can improve their skill and can help. Because earlier days, people thought, if I give the training to my employees, if the workers are trained, they may not stay with my organization. But now the trend has changed. Organizations, companies are thinking that in order to get superior performance from their employees, they have to be trained. We are into knowledge economy, and knowledge economy, in a knowledge economy, people are empowered through knowledge. People should be given training. You know, you cannot be completely backward type, with backward type mentality and think, okay, my employees will be fine, whatever knowledge they have is sufficient. If you do that kind of thing, then the employees may not stay with you. Now there are a lot of learning management systems. There are a lot of online courses also available. Some of the good organizations like TCS or General Motors or Accenture or Wipro, they have LMS system where they will allow their employees to learn as well as perform. So this is another thing that has come into existence, which was not there in earlier days. Now organization, whether you are a non-profit organization or profit organization, whether you are a company or an educational institution, you have to make sure that you give opportunities to your employees and create system where they are empowered through different trainings and education programs. Augmented reality is another new advancement in HRM today. So you have virtual reality, you have augmented reality. You can give an exposure to an employee to a particular situation, instead of having a direct exposure to real-time work. In other words, for example, you want to give a training to a particular worker on how to use Excel, and you don't have to have 10 days of training program. You can have a simulation, and through the simulation you can give the training. A lot of organizations are using simulation. Even in education programs, students are taught different subjects through simulation, and simulation has come as a saving instrument in order to give real life exposure to the employees also, so that they can gain the experience and then apply same knowledge while performing their day-to-day activities. So this is another thing that has come into existence. That is a new addition to our recent advancement in HR. Productivity in HR processes, like as I said, productivity is more important than the time that is invested. In earlier days, people thought about record keeping, amount of time spent, resume capture, interview and hiring. Now, people are more concerned about the quality of the people, quality of work, the talent of the people, the skill of the individual, the amount of time that they spend is not important as much as how much they produce within the time. So effectiveness is more important. It's not about, spend 8 hours, but there is no outcome. So now the productivity focus is more there. So it is not only the time that you spend at your workplace. You may come at 5 o'clock in the morning and go at 5 o'clock in the evening. You spend 12 hours, but there is no outcome of it. So that is not important. The focus is more into productivity, and companies are getting into team-centric, ideology. So it is not an individual work, it's a teamwork. You work together, you support one another, you extend your help. If you know certain things, you have the expertise, you share that knowledge with the people of other departments. So there is a cooperation, there is an integration of work, that you are not only, I am all in all. That kind of attitude is dissolving in workplace, and people are requested, employees are mentored in order to work in a team. So now record keeping is okay. It is okay. It is done through software, but rather you have to motivate your employees in order to work in a team and gear them for productivity rather than the amount of time they spend at workplace. Digitization of rewards and recognition. Now, at one time, you could give a particular gift. For example, if somebody has done something well, performed extremely well, you could have purchased a vehicle for them. It is good. Or you could have given a watch as an appreciation, or you could have given a book as an appreciation. Now, that is good. That is a motivation. But now we have gone further. Further, in a sense, now appreciation has gone online also. Recognition has also gone online. So if an employee performing exceptionally well, obviously you can say, you have done a great job. Thank you. Well done. All these words are wonderful. But now you can even give a like on their Facebook pages. Somebody is posting a particular photo that they have done extremely well. They have performed extremely well. Or they have given a particular seminar to a group of people and they have posted a picture on their Facebook page. Instead of just only saying, well done, you can also give a like or give a comment on their Facebook page or any other social media platform. This is also a type of recognition now. And in a technology-driven world now, people are more into online today. People will give all their posting in their Facebook, what they eat, where they go, what type of people they meet with. All these are on Facebook, what they perform, the type of work they do. You can all of this can be found in Facebook, in Twitter, in Instagram. All these pictures are there. So companies do not always have to worry about giving big gifts or recognition in a great seminar, but also giving recognition on their Facebook page or social media is also great recognition today. So this is the trend that is going on. Then online skill assessment, now you don't only make people come and sit in front of you and have 1 hour of interview and then come up with a particular assessment and say this is good, that is good. You don't have to do that even. Everything can be done online. You can have an aptitude test online. You can have a skill test online. You can have the test of people's psychology online. You can have quizzes, you can have tests, you can have exams online. So you don't have to go through all those paperwork today. You can have everything online, everything digitalized, everything in soft copy, so that you can get their feedback immediately. You can assess. So see how things are changing, and the technology is taking us further. So online skill assessment is one of the recent trends in HR in HR in 21st century. And you can, through this online test, you can know whether the particular employee have the skill that you require, where they are weak, what type of training you should be given. Another thing that is going on and spreading all around, and some of us are already into this, organization are coming up with biometric time tracking. You come to your office and now you give your fingerprint, but it is not limited with fingerprint today. There are organizations where you have to give your facial scan. They will do the facial scan, and as you enter your office, your face is scanned, so you don't have to do your fingerprinting again. Even iris recognition, the iris of your eyes are recognized, so they can track what you are doing, where you are, what time you are coming. Yes, fingerprint is already there, but look at what we are coming up. many organizations are also coming up with magnetic chips that they will put on your hand, under the skin. So you don't even have to have any paper. You just have the particular chips underneath your skin. You come in front of the office and it is already scanned and you get in. And organization is coming up with ideas that they can even track where you are during your work time. So this is saving the money and the time of organization. The employees even cannot do frauds. I will put my fingerprint and come at 10 o'clock, and then I am not in the office and go back out of the office and come back at 4 o'clock and give my fingerprint again, and I will say I'm present. Now organizations are coming up with new technology, like if you give your facial scan, and then wherever you go, it can be tracked. Now mobile phone have the apps, they will have the apps tracked, and you may be there in Kolhapur or Pune, they can track you where you are. So these are systems that are recent trends in human resource management. Employee engagement, as I said, that now there is a digitization of employee engagement programs. So apart from having workplace parties, apart from having learning lunches, now organizations are also providing programs like yoga practice, in order to have good health. Organizations are also providing facilities where you can combinedly do yoga practices and then engage with one another. Then training programs, fundraising programs, many organizations like TCS providing money to their CSR money to their employees so that they can go out and do charity work in the community. So they are not only engaged in their workplace, but they can also go out of their office and meet the community people. So there is a direct engagement with the employees of the organization as well as the individuals from the community. So there is a direct contact and people are influenced. So these are coming. Organizations are also coming up with tournaments, different competitions, different types of games. They are providing learning lunches. So all these are helping employees to engage at their workplace, cooperate with one another, develop friendship, develop the idea of teamwork. So these are the techniques, the present HRM, human resource practices are these that they are trying to bring people together, work together, because now we have diverse workforce at the workplace. People are from different nationalities. So you have to make sure that you bring people together, allow them to interact with one another, so that there is a mental connection with one another, and then there is a cooperation so the performance increases. There is a transformation in leadership also. In earlier days, leadership means the leader will say, this is expected from you. Now I want you to do this. So leadership was like a boss, you just dictate and people will abide by it. But now the whole scenario has changed. If you are only dictating to people, people are not going to work. Now cooperation and coordination is important. Now the hierarchy and the protocols has dissolved. So it is not like, you have to come to the department head, then department head to to CEOs and the CEOs to the board members. Now a lot of things have changed. There is an open door policy now. So even if you are working in the lower rank of work, you can communicate with the top rank individuals, your CEO or your head or your principal. So there is a open door policy. Teamwork is important. Now leaders have become facilitators. That is the trend of today. If you are a leader, you have to act as a facilitator. You have to help your teammates to improve their skills, empower them, and not sit in your office and dictate. So the leadership has changed. You work as a team, build the team, develop the individuals, and then together you achieve the task, achieve the goal. So even if you are a principal of an organization or of a school, you cannot simply dictate to people and sit on your chair and say everything will be done. Now people expect that you go forward and show them and participate with them. So that is another trend that is coming up in human resource management, in management of people, in management of employees. So that is another trend that has to be taken into consideration. Targeted recruitment. So now you are not only getting thousands CVs in your office, and then you shortlist out of them 100 of them, then you call 50 of them out of that, and then you take the interview. This is a long procedure. It costs money. Recruitment costs money. Organizations are coming up with good companies are coming up. This is the new HR practice that you don't even have to have CV sent to your office. Take a look online, and then you have the predictive algorithm, or you can have a different software set up. So the software is going to do, for example, in Bangladesh, we have ICDDRB, and ICDDRB has a software where whenever the employees send their CVs, it automatically shortlists the employees, shortlists the candidates as per the requirement of the organization. It also shortlists the individuals as per their skills. So you don't have to wait and do the shortlisting by making an individual seat from morning to evening and then check out which one we are going to accept, which one you're not going to accept. There are a lot of predictive algorithms available that you can use online and then get the work done. So there is a targeted recruitment. Presently, employees also look through the social media and look at how a particular candidate makes comments and writes, and their status, what type of status they have. For example, if you're in a LinkedIn and you give a particular status, there are a lot of employers there who will be looking through what type of statement you have. So these are the things that are coming up. So social network like LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all these are used. And if 48% of employers are looking, they are online. They have their accounts. They will look out the employees online. So 48% of candidates believe that their social media presence is checked by the employers. 35% of employers formally evaluate candidates' social media profiles. So those who are students today and you want to become prospective workers of particular multinational companies or good organization, make sure that whatever you write in your social media, you write something good. Otherwise, your prospective employers might be there, and if you have something good over there, they might be choosing you. 39% of hiring managers say that questionable content or behavior is the #1 thing they look for. So whatever the status. So, now employers are looking through the social media and trying to find out their candidates. Wherever technology is there, now different organizations, they have a different glitch, technology set up, and then they can check the heart rate of the employees. They can check the pupil dilation, they can check the temperature, and you can look at the picture of my presentation and how people are checking. Even the stress level can be checked. So there are wearable technology now. You can wear like watch, and you can check what is the condition of your health, and at the same time, immediate action can be taken. Performance management, as I pointed out, that it is no more monthly feedback, but instant feedback is necessary to the employees. So this is the recent trend, and employees want constructive criticism immediate feedback, so that they can develop and improve. This is another trend. Big data is another thing that is coming up. So through big data, all the information of the employees can be gathered, and this is the way it can be done. Career development is one of the important things that employees seek. So this is the contemporary trend that if you want people to work, you have to give them the opportunity so that they can develop their career. Okay. Work-life balance is another important thing that the employees seek today at their workplace. And organizations are coming up with different programs in order to help the employees to have the work-life balance. Promotion of work-life balance is another thing that is mandate of many government organizations. So even at the present time, during the COVID time, a lot of employees are suffering with the mental health issues, and so organizations have to come up with different techniques in order to help the employees, motivate them during this tough time. So there are many other areas. Green HR is another thing that is coming up at the present time, where organizations are becoming paperless. They want to preserve the environment. They want to preserve the resources, use the resources at the optimal level. So green HRM is coming up. So what are the challenges? I'm going to point out 10 different challenges before HRM today. One of them is change management. How to manage the change? Different transformation is taking place. Change management. 48 companies face this particular challenge. Leadership development, developing facilitator rather than bosses is one of the challenges. 35% of the companies face that. HR effectiveness and measurement is another challenges faced by 27% of companies. Organizational effective, how to make the organization effective, how to create a structure where employees perform to their optimum level, how to set up organization, how to organize different departments in a system so that optimum level performance can be there. Compensation, because things are becoming expensive and people are demanding more money from their workplace. How to maintain the compensation, what type of structure to develop. Then staffing, recruitment process. Now no more as I pointed out, the recruitment process are not limited within the paper and CVs. It has gone online. So that is another. Succession planning is another, because people are moving to and fro. Wherever the good opportunities are, they are moving forward. So succession planning has become one of the challenge. Learning and development, giving opportunity for the employees to develop, to help them learn, to create LMS system, to give them training, to help them in career development. Retention is another issue. And yes, health and welfare of the employees. Employees are seeking now health and welfare benefits. This was not the case. So there are a lot of costs that are incurred by different organizations. So these are challenges. In Bangladesh, we have few challenges, like we have lack of managerial skill. There are a lot of people, but they lack managerial skill and technical skill. We have problem with ethics, a lot of issues with ethics. Layoff and downsizing is another problem. Staffing is another problem. Innovative technology, many organizations has not been able to develop with the latest technology. So employees are backward. They are not able to cope up with the recent trends. They're not able to cope up with the other countries. There is a workforce diversity, so people are not well trained. So a lot of training and development is necessary. A lot of investment is necessary. Organizations are not willing to spend money for training and development. So these are some of the things that are going on. And globalization is another issue. There are a lot of challenges that are faced by people in Bangladesh. So as I pointed out, that HR has gone through immense transformation over the years. If you look all around you in all the organization, many of us are working in different organizations. We have seen the changes, and many experts in earlier session has pointed out all the dynamism that is going on into the world today. And so we are into a situation where unparalleled change is going on. Employees are seeking experience rather than engagement at workplace. Virtual work is taking place. Employees' mental health has to be taken care of. Skill development is another issue. Team design and evolution with the latest technology innovation is necessary. Everything is becoming digital. Coping up with the digital situation and aligning your organization with the latest technology is another thing. So the HR is going through a great transformation and challenges. However, we are into an exciting time, and if we go through, if we can pass through these challenges through innovation, if we can adapt to the change, then we can grow. And there is so much to learn, so much to explore. And as a prospective candidates, if there are a lot of students over here, I would suggest that you have to develop yourself and be concerned with all the things that are happening around, and prepare yourself accordingly, and be a person so that wherever the opportunity is there, you can go forward and put yourself there and enjoy the benefit of the recent trends of HRM. So this is my presentation. Thank you so much. Socrates says, as earlier expert has pointed out, to know is to know that you know nothing. And that is the meaning of true knowledge. And I think all that I have presented is just the particles at the shore of knowledge. And there's so much to discuss, but I hope that it will improve our thinking and will give a better understanding of what is happening into the Department of Human Resource Management. Thank you so much. Thank you. My presentation is over. I hope the organizers are around. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. This was my presentation. I hope I have been able to give an insights into the topic.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for your lecture. I think your lecture was really fruitful for us. The way that you have explained your lecture, every point with the use of this digital media is going to be too much effective for us. I think all these things can be memorable for us. We have frequently heard the use, the word HR, but today I think we have learned a lot regarding to your points. And one of the important things, you're most welcome anytime in your second home, Kolhapur.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your lecture. Now I would like to request, this is my humble request to Shivaji S. Lavekar, madam, for offering chairman's speech. Hello. Hello, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Actually, what happened, Dr. Gurao sir was supposed to chair the session. Due to some unavoidable circumstances, he could not join us. Shortly, we will arrange somebody who will be chairing the session. Sorry for the same. Sorry for the inconvenience. I invite Dr. Lavekar ma'am. Is she in the department? Anyways, if the attendees have some questions regarding this particular session, the session is open for discussion. A few participants would like to have the dialogue with the honorable resource person of the session. Sir, I would like to ask something regarding this e-commerce, which is the trend these days. How will it affect India's economy in future? I would like to know from you as an expert in this field.
Ma'am, I think the e-commerce has spread all the nooks and corners of India. You know, you think about Zomato, you think about various other companies that are coming up. And I think very soon, you will not be going to the shopping malls, but you will be ordering things from your home. And it will be, it is already delivered to your doorsteps. One of the things that is causing trouble to many people is the hacking of their credit cards, you know, sometimes, you know, secrecy is not maintained. So that is one of the issue. But you look at the banks are also coming up a very good security system so that they can easily cannot hack to your account and cannot take the money away. But so e-commerce will have a great revolution. I think people are accepting it, you know. During this pandemic, you think There are a lot of people are not going to the stores, but things are delivered to your home. But in India, when I was in India, I've seen like we ordered a lot of things from
Really?
online,
I
and
just
it
will
was
arrange the same. Actually,
so I was talking about e-commerce. Now let me give you some example in Bangladesh. In recent years, e-commerce has come up with great improvement over here. But people has lost a lot of money because some companies have literally said, we're going to send the item to your location, but they have taken the money through online mode. The things have not been sent. But if you look about many other companies that are performing at the workplace, you know, they are sending the items to your doorstep. So I think e-commerce have a great future in India. It is doing mind-blowing work. Even today, I can order something from so far and get the item even from Kolhapur to my destination. So e-commerce have great future in India, I believe.
Sorry for your inconvenience. I would like to request all the participants, if they have any questions regarding to the lectures, they are most welcome. This is a request to the participants. May I ask some of the questions to you, sir?
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you. So you were here in Kolhapur.
Yes, ma'am. I was there at the Department of Commerce and Management. I spent almost 4 years there.
So how was your experience? Actually, this is a personal question, not against the type of conferences, no doubt.
Kolhapur is a wonderful place, ma'am, and the people are wonderful.
Thank you.
I made a lot of friends, and the teachers and mentors were wonderful. And I love the weather over there. There are a lot of things to see, a lot of places to visit.
Yes,
And I have the opportunity to teach also. So I was involved with some organization teaching there. So I have a lot of students also there that I taught, and then attended a lot of seminars and conferences. Yeah, so I participated in different programs in Kolhapur, in KIT, and then even in many other colleges over there. So it was an exciting experience. And as I pointed out at the beginning of my session, that I miss my home because Kolhapur is, and the food is delicious. So, and I've a lot of friends. We met, I think some of my friends are here even listening to me during my presentation. But it is a wonderful place and I really loved it.
Thank you very much, sir. I think you have really very good and wonderful memories of Kolhapur with you.
Yes, yes, yes. That's true, ma'am.
Actually, most important thing, let me apologize. Our managing committee is working for the next session. We have to wait 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. Is there any
It's
question?
not a problem.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any question from any participant? You're most welcome.
Due to paucity of time, I made sure that I complete my session on time because I know other sessions are lined up. So
Yes.
I thought it would be good to finish my presentation within 40 minutes, which I have done.
Yes,
so
sir.
that 5 minutes is already there. Because I know your programs are lined up, so it should go on within the time limits.
Yes, sir. We are working for the next session, no doubt. We don't have any rights to change the program, as I have already told you that we have to link only. We have to wait.
Hello.
Litton sir, Guru sir is going to join us within 2 to 3 minutes. That's why we are waiting for him. Litton
Sure,
sir.
ma'am. I'm around, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon to all. I think we are going to proceed this session. Gurav sir has already joined us now only. So this is my request. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon to you, sir. This is my request. This is a humble request to Professor Dr. A.M. Gurav sir to give a chairman's speech for this session. Unmute yourself, sir. You are not audible. Gurav sir.
Very good afternoon to one and all.
How much difficult task it is?
Can you hear me? Dear friends, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Because in the university
Yes,
premises, there,
no issue.
that's why I came and I connected with hotspot in outside. A respected speaker of this session,
Guru sir, any problem? Are you okay? Audible?
Guru sir, can you hear me?
I think he has lost the connectivity. There is some network issue.
Hello? Maybe there is any connectivity problem. Guru sir? Guru sir? Can you hear me? Guru sir? Guru sir?
No. He is not joining.
Me?
Maybe there is any net problem. Technical issue is there.
Madam. Yes, technical issue is there. Are you hearing me, madam?
Yeah, Guru
Yes,
sir.
sir. Now you are audible.
Audible.
Yes. Sorry, some technical issues are there. What are the recent advances in social sciences as well as commerce and management? At the beginning, I spoke. In 21st century, first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution, and today we are in the era of fourth industrial revolution. In this fourth industrial revolution, including bureaucratic concepts which were narrated by Max Weber, Browning. The today's theory in social sciences and in commerce and management, how you are going ahead with the help of the people or human resource. The scientific management thought has narrated by Taylor, Gatt, Gilbreth to manage the business in present era. When we are assembling different type of resources, maybe money, material, machineries, different methods, market, with the help of creation of the monopoly, and sum total of this is management. When we are collecting these various resources have been governed by one important resource, and that is the manpower. The recent advances in social sciences, in commerce and management, that is management of effective manpower. You are going to manage this manpower is a great challenge before social scientists as well as management experts. Dear participants, when we are talking about what are the recent advances in the era of management, for that purpose, how you are going to do the very effective administration, how one can able to establish a good amount of human relations. The Mayo has narrated the theory of human relations The Hammond's theory is there regarding the Hawthorne study, which was conducted in one of the electrical company. Dear participants, lot of changes have been taken place in social sciences, in commerce and management. And for accepting these challenges, digesting these challenges, we have to manage very effectively the human resources. And when we are going to manage very effectively the human resources, then only the survival of the industry, survival of the organization, not only that, the survival of an individual like me as well as you is possible. And for that purpose, one has to remember how the changes are going on. Friends, we are having a lot of potential. How we are going to utilize that potential is a matter of fact. And for that purpose, we have to manage very effectively ourselves as well as the available resources. In this present scenario, good amount of negativity is there in each and every sector. And to come out from this negativity and face the present challenges, today's challenges, cope up with the different type of advances which are going on in social sciences, in commerce and management. For that purpose, according to me, one of the important elements is to motivate the human resource. Once we motivate it in a proper way, the available human resource, then that resource can able to govern, able to get it done, able to utilize very effectively other resources, including the material, machinery, manpower, market, and many more. And for that purpose, considering the recent advances, how we are going to utilize these resources. And for that reason, different theories have been narrated, including the Herzberg two-factor theory, McGregor's theory, Maslow's theory. And these theories, how we are going to utilize in a present scenario. That is very, very important. Dear participants, I will not take much of your time because this is a chairman speech, not a resource person speech. I'm going to narrate one small story. I'm going to take 2 minutes. The story of battle drum, which a drum is playing, performing, blowing at the time of battle. One kingdom was there. In that kingdom, very popular elephant was there. That elephant was very lucky to the king. Always that king, whenever he used to go for battle, he takes that elephant. And whenever that elephant is present, that king is winning that battle. In due course of time, that elephant become old by age. Then king stopped that elephant to take on the battlefield. One day, the Mahout, the caretaker of that elephant, took that elephant to the lake. Because of the age, when that elephant was drinking the water in the lake, unfortunately, that elephant stuck in the mud of the lake in that water. That elephant unable to come out. That caretaker of elephant took a lot of efforts, but he unable to take out that elephant. Then this message reached to the king. Bad. King also came to the lake. He also tried his level best. Meantime, 4 or 5 devotees, Sant were moving beside the lake. They observed this all scenario. And one of them, he made one statement: go to your kingdom, your office, and bring a drum and start playing the drum around the lake. Then all people of that village, kingdom, and the caretaker of that elephant surprised how it is possible that elephant, very heavy elephant, old aged elephant, stuck with the mud in the lake. He unable to come out. We tried our level best, but elephant unable to come out. But this month, this sadhu, devotee, asking us to play a drum around the elephant. They thought that it is a foolish work, but at least we will try, because someone respected person gave this suggestion. That king asked his followers, servants, go to the kingdom, my palace, and bring the drum. He brought 10 drums and asked the employees to start. As soon as drums started playing, it came out from the mud. That elephant survived. And that is the story of battle drum. What is the message from this particular pandemic situation? The recent advances is how to motivate the manpower. We have to play the drum. We have to blow the drum. We have to perform the drum. We have to utilize the drum. Then automatically the manpower will get motivated. And when the manpower will get motivated, then automatically we can solve the problems, challenges in the social sciences as well as in commerce and management. And we able to fulfill these recent advances. Friends, I can stop the laptop presentation and I'm joining through my mobile. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes. Sorry, I stopped the laptop presentation and I joined for mobile because of connectivity issue. Yes, I told just a story of battle drum. When we are talking about the recent advances in each and every field, a lot of advances are going on. Take our education system, new education policy going to introduce. That is the recent advances. Take it another example, academic bank of credit. That is the advances. It is there in social science. It is in commerce and management. Take it another example, advances, borderless universities and colleges. Take it another example, in fourth generation of industrial revolution, lot of revolutions will be taken place. And under such a circumstances, how you are going to manage these all resources? That is the challenge. And to face this challenge, which recent trends are there? Which recent advances are there in social sciences, in commerce and management? We have to accept it. We have to follow these all things. For example, the earlier challenge was there, earlier situation was there, only one village, one mohalla, one taluka, one city was self-sufficient. But because of the globalization, whole globe become one village. Under such a circumstances, that is the recent trend. We are moving from print media to link media. The recent trend, recent advances is return on investment to cost benefit analysis. The recent advances is CEO, Chief Executive Officer, to Chief Functional Officer. This is the recent advances in social sciences, in commerce and management. The recent advances is management to innovation in each and every field, in each and every sector. We think about the innovations, new ideas, different ideas. And when we are following, when we are adopting this, then we are able to face the coming challenges. Dear participants, facing these challenges, how we are moving from Gaon to globe, how we are moving from print media to link media. How we are moving from return on investment to cost benefit analysis. Take it in our international seminar. You are spending your one day. What is the benefit of it? What is the cost of it? You are sparing your valuable time. So that is the recent advances. Management to innovations. Simply management is not sufficient. What innovation is there in teaching, in social activities, in commercial activities, in management activities? Macro to nano movements are there. That is the recent advances. Mass management to class management. Earlier there were the mass management. Right now we have to manage in a class. The life management to attrition management. How we are going to manage the available environment, available situation, available resources. The recent advances, Indian culture to Western culture, lot of changes are going on. And under such circumstances, dear participants, we have to adjust with these all advances. In education field, in manufacturing field, in marketing field, in human resource field, in each and every field, recent advances are there. And how we are going to cope up these all advances that is left to us. We have to alert. We have to take care. The recent advances are there. Information to knowledge management. Not simply information is sufficient. How we are going to manage the knowledge. Very effective management of the knowledge is necessary. How we are going to utilize the knowledge, available information, how we are converting into value-based knowledge. That is the recent advances. Muscle power to left and right brain management. Muscle power will not be working hereafter. How we are going to use your left brain and your right brain. These are the recent advances in social sciences. And when we are talking about the social sciences, commerce and management, specific culture to variety of culture, these are the challenges. These are the recent advances. Refer the situation in USSR or Russia and Ukraine. How the cultural changes are going on. How the war situation is there. The recent advances, the JIT management to GIST management, just in system. JIT is called as a just in time and GIST is called as a just in system. How we are going to use this just in system. Pull management to push management. Friends, a lot of advances are going on. Human hardware to human software. Physical hardware is not sufficient. The human software, how we are going to utilize. Specialization to generalization. It is a debatable issue, I know very well. Right now, simply I'm an expert in, as an eye specialist, it is very difficult to run the hospital as an eye specialist. But when there are the multi-doctors are there, if I'm aware about the all other specializations, that is the generalization. And this new education policy, rather than only specialization, for example, BA with sociology or BCom with accountancy, not only study BCom with accountancy, along with the BCom with accountancy or BA with sociology, is the advances, how you are going to face. These are the challenges before social sciences, commerce and management. My dear participants, human resource advances are there, decision-making advances are there, total quality management advances are there. The advanced situation or recent advances regarding the quality circle, regarding the supply chain management, regarding the re-engineering, regarding the ERP. Not only that, RPI related, benchmarking, such a different type of advances are there. Recent advances are there. How we are going to cope up, going to adjust, going to update ourselves, upgrade ourselves. Simply, I can say, we have to acquire the type of skills to face the recent advances. Skilling is required, reskilling is required, and upskilling is required. And when we follow this mantra, skilling, reskilling, and upskilling, then definitely we can digest the recent advances in social sciences as well as commerce and management. With this brief remark, I can stop the chairman's speech. Thank you. the organizer, and thank you one and all who are present for this conference. Thank you. Over to organizer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for this lecture. Thanks for this speech. Thank you. Now I would like to request Ms. Richa Yadav, Madam, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, RC Shahu College, Kolhapur, to propose a vote of thanks for this session. It's over to you, Richa ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. I deem it's a great honor and a privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. First of all, I thanks to our special guest, a resource person, Dr. Liton Prasad Molavi, sir, who despite his busy schedule has found a time of grace for this session. I also express my heartfelt thanks to our chairperson, Dr. Gurav sir, for your valuable and contribution. And I also thanks to our CDC chairman, Dr. MB Sheikh Sahib, for your valuable support. We are grateful to our principal sir, Dr. R.S. Dubal sir, for his guidance and encouragement for this session, and also thanks to our vice principal sir and ICSSC coordinators for their valuable support. I am also thankful to our CDC members, Mr. Lavekar, sorry, Srimati Sampada Lavekar Madam, for support and contribution. My heartfelt thanks to the heads of various departments and all the faculties for their valuable contribution, guidance, and encouragement in all. I owe a special gratitude towards all the participants. I thank all the distinguished invitees who present here accepting our invitations. Last but not the least, I thanks to my friends for your cooperation in making this function a resounding success. Finally, I leave you this inspiring a quote by Martin Luther King. An individual has not started living until he rises above the confines of his individualistic concern to the broader concern of all humanity. And last, once again, I thanks to all for your attention and support. Thank you. Over to you, Murkar ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richa ma'am. Here, with the permission of the organizing committee, I'm going to declare that we are having 15 minutes short break for our lunch, and after 15 minutes that we can continue our next session for the paper presentation. So we can say that we are going to enjoy our lunch, and you're most welcome after 15 minutes. Thank you.